Disney College Gate Tikunu, Oshunemo, Inawa, Gordon Henry Jagaman, Anishinaabe and Dao, Nakwatotum and Dao, Unjuba. Anin Anishinaabe, Anu Chimukmanik, Anin Anishinaabe Mayagi, Anin Akina Rabia, Kamin Nakam, Nakam. Show me no one show go shake. Show me no one show go shake. Thanks for the day with this good life. For me right now. Gotcha. Should I use this one? Can I use this one? Like? Okay. Sorry, people. Couldn't use the mic. I want to give thanks for this day, for this good life. Gift of being here with you all. As I said in the intro, my name is Gordon Henry, and I also gave my name in Anishinaabe. As I did that, I also want to mention a member of the wider stuff. I want to thank all the people who helped fund this event. Thanks, Dave. Inside you, Davis. Anna. Also thankful for the presence. Ancestors, children, to have them with us. Land acknowledgements here. Eastern, I don't think, has one. I'm not sure that all of us are on board. Land conducted zip fire without any real. So that's some of our position, not everybody. And just very grateful also for the speakers and beyond the afternoon panel. Ellen Niles came over. Eddie will be on that panel. Everyone here in the audience participating with us. As we think, okay, It's always been my practice as a faculty at the university. We let communities. This week, I try to conduct events. That means not just speaking first in terms of the actual events, it's in collaboration. So I'm hoping this will help Eastern and whatever faculty might be affiliated start to think about doing different ways if the communities want to. Again, I want to thank you all. Just turn it over to my big. I'm a speak center.
So I'm going to keep this very brief, having been to the social conference, waiting eagerly for the proceedings to begin, and just say that it's a real pleasure to have you all here. This really, I think, this whole program exemplifies the kind of really wonderful work that is possible at a university. Humanities Center support. We've been an absolute pleasure. This is going to involve programmatically to elevate what we have. And it's really wonderful to have community partners here and grant-funded projects like the Reckonings project that support these sorts of community projects, including partners that allow for meaningful connections between what happens in the classroom, what happens in our research, what happens in the academy, right? And the sorts of issues that communities are facing, all sorts of communities are facing with the modern world and urbanization and government policies and their own cultural demands and cultural desires. So it's really delightful to have some of these issues, maybe not all worked out, but at least discussed and contemplated at the university. And I'm really delighted that the Humanities Center can help support that. As Gordon said, my name is Simon Rabinovich. I direct the Humanities Center in Boston, but we also have partners in Oakland, where Kirsten Saxton is director, and in London, where Ollie Ayers is director, who have also helped with this and other programming of the Humanities Center, as well as Getty Lustula, who's our associate director here, and Tiana Owens, who is somewhere here in the assistant director. So thanks to all those people, also same people that Gordon thanked, and Reckonings and the College of Social Sciences and Humanities. But most of all, thank you all for being here and engaging in this very important work.
Also want to acknowledge Uta Pueblo. She's going to be introducing the panel this afternoon, and Theo Davis, chair of the English department.
Thanks, Gordon. Strange microphone feeling. I don't use that yet. Good morning, everybody. I just want to welcome all of you to Northeastern and to this lovely space in Snell Library for what I hope is a wonderful day in dialogue around writing, history, law, and activism. And it's a particular honor to welcome to Northeastern our guests who are members of the Wampanoag tribes, one of the first peoples of what we now call Massachusetts, for what I hope will be the beginning of a long and fruitful collaboration. As Northeastern is expanding from Boston into our global network of campuses, I think it's especially important that we work on building meaningful and mutually beneficial relationships with the many communities that we are part of and who we impact, to learn and listen from one another. And in an era in which critical understanding of the colonial history of North America is being so actively suppressed, keeping our attention on the past and present histories of Native Americans is vitally important. So thank you again to our speakers for coming to campus today to share your knowledge and insights, and to all of you in the audience for taking time at this busy end of the semester to be here. And I'd also like to offer my gratitude to Gordon, who's just been an amazing presence, bulwark, source of events and energy and excitement for us here at Northeastern. And thank you, Diana, for all your work making this day happen. It takes many hours to bring about a colloquium. Well, thank you.
We'll turn it over to the panel now, and I'm going to pass the mic.
Kwasan, Natasuis Winata, Inane Mashpee Wampanoag. Hello everyone, my name is David Whedon. Not to be confused with my nephew Brian. I just realized on the flyer it has some of my nephew's credentials. I am not the vice president of NCAI, that's chairman of the National Wampanoag. And the other one, I'm not necessarily a part of that. Just disclaimer. I do serve as the tribe's historic preservation officer for the National Wampanoag tribe, position that I've held since 2020. And I also am an elected leader of the tribal council for my tribal nation. In my spare time, I serve on the select board at the town of Mashpee as a legislator at the municipal level. Thank you for having us, and I'll pass it on to.
Nutai Bostonut. So good day. My name is Amira Madison. I am a citizen of the Wampanoag tribe of Aquinnah, where I'm also a councilwoman. But that's more after 5 p.m. In my day-to-day work, I am with the Harvard Native Program. I'm the first manager for Tribal Nation Strategic Initiatives at Harvard. So basically, tribal liaison working to build relationships between the Provost's office as well as the Native Nations that are local to the area, and hopefully to grow in that work. I also, serve in many other capacities. I helped to start a land back organization. My sister's on here. She's also on the board. We are called the Aquinnah Land Initiative. I am also involved with the Wampanoag Consulting Alliance, where David is a part of that, Linda, Camille. Linda is the leader of all the great things. So that's just a little bit about me. Looking forward to the discussion today, and to Northeastern, my alma mater, for having me, and to Gordon for having me as well. So I will pass it off to Camille and Linda.
You want to go, Camille? Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Coombs. I'm a citizen of the Wampanoag tribe of Aquinnah. My background is in museum work for more than 50 years now. I did work at the Boston Children's Museum, in the Wampanoag program at Plymouth Plantation, at the Aquinnah Cultural Center, and recently I've been doing independent work. I've written a book that came out in 2023, Conversation in the Wampanoag Story, and through all of that, I've become a historian and had that focus on making, trying to correct some of the stereotypes and misconceptions, misinformation that exists in history. Camille?
Taptash, Kui Kwasanamu, Natasuis, Uwikwa Asa Camille Madison, Mutumas Aquanahanat, Wana Natai Masipiat, Natachari Wikonton, Natap Yuat. Good morning, everybody. My name is Camille Madison. I'm also a citizen of the Wampanoag tribe of Aquinnah, where I am an elected councilwoman, as well as a language teacher for our communities. I've been teaching and learning for well over a decade, and I'm happy to be here today to share some of that work with you all. So thank you so much for having me.
When I I think you're going to be starting us off here if you're okay with that.
Apparently I am. What I wanted to talk about, as I said, I worked at Plymouth Plantation for 30 years in the Wampanoag Indigenous program, and which was, for those who might not know, is an outdoor living history museum exhibit that was a counterpart to the Pilgrim Village that's in the same museum. So we focused on 1620 and the history of the 17th century, the Pilgrims coming here, the relationship with the Wampanoag, and in the Pilgrim Village they represented 1627, which was the first year that the Pilgrims really had their feet under them and weren't struggling to survive. And and for both exhibits we really tried to be as historically accurate, and everything was heavily researched and based on documentation to present what we did to the public. But out of all that, through all the years of the process of doing that, because it's always a process and it doesn't end, is that in all of my reading, whether by native authors or non-native authors, that 17th century the history is largely unknown. It seems to get relegated to the Pilgrim story, which is, the stereotype of the Indians welcomed the Pilgrims and greeted them at the shore, and then they taught them how to plant corn, and then the following fall we had the first Thanksgiving. And then our part apparently was to go away because you kind of don't hear about us. For years people didn't even know what King Philip's War was. But as King Philip's War began to get revealed again, we would crop up. But there was a big blank space between, 1620 and 1675. And it just seems to me that entire period does get relegated to that Pilgrim story, and therefore it gets minimized and reduced to that stereotype. In all the work that I've done, it just seems to me that point in time was critical. It was foundational to American history, because the Pilgrims settling, they stuck. They didn't leave, they didn't die out, whatever. And 10 years later, in 1630, they had Plymouth Colony, of course, but 10 years later in 1630, Massachusetts Bay Colony was established in what is now Boston. And after that point, thousands of people, shiploads of people from Europe, from England, were coming over here. And we had been hit by a huge plague in 1616, which is, again, something that isn't known largely, or hasn't been. But it reduced our population by up to 90%, the Wampanoag people. It affected like 3 or 4 different nations. It started in southern Maine, it came south down the coast into Wampanoag country, and ended up reducing our population by up to 90%. So a conservative estimate of our population prior to that was 70,000. And so that means that 50 to 60,000 people died in that plague. And it's something that I feel we have not recovered from. And I'm shocked that people don't know it, that much devastation can happen on the ground that you're standing on right now, and people don't know about it. So, and there's so much that happened once Mass Bay got really, got settled, with all of because the forces of colonization really began to take hold and get imposed on us, because their intention was to take our land and to establish colonies, and colonies are money-making business ventures. I've had people, just absolutely believe and proclaim that the Pilgrims came over here with great love and they loved us, and everything that happened that isn't generally told are not acts of love by any stretch of the imagination. And I do feel that history needs to be looked. This whole entire period could stand all the sources being, heaved up again, shaken out, reviewed, reassessed, and this history looked at again, because it is from this point that, the 13 colonies got established, and then America, went west, and territory by territory, whatever the parameters of a certain land area was, or whatever, native people were in that area, just got sucked into that vacuum. And you do hear about how America was established and so on and so on, but you don't hear about how Native people were involved, or what they were doing to react or respond or resist or to continue. So it's a critical period in the foundation of America that does not get its due justice. I read stuff all the time, and I see this Pilgrim era downplayed, and I think it just needs a better look, because as I said, when they came here, they stuck, they stayed, and what became America started growing from that point. I think, and while there, different European groups were invading on the West Coast or in the Southwest or wherever, up in Maine, or where, Virginia, Florida, wherever they were hitting. But it was just, those are like other bites at the apple. But I think, the establishment of what became America, really emanated from this area here on this coast. So thank you.
Wanna go next?
Sure. I can do that. So I had hoped to have a slide to share with you all today. And again, I just want to just say Katapatanamu to Gordon Henry, to his team there, all the students and staff that helped to put this conversation and discussion together. Really grateful to be here and to be able to highlight the work of revitalizing the Wampanoag language. And so with that, I'll begin. So Wampanoag Tuahunk, which is the Wampanoag language, also historically referred to as Wampanoag, Wampanoag, Massachusetts, or Natick. It's one language in a family of approximately 36 called the Algonquian family. That is not to be confused with Algonquin. There is a clear and distinct difference. The Algonquian language family. The territory of this language family has the largest geographic territory on the North American continent. I'd like to talk a little bit today about the classification of the Algonquian language family. Like the Wampanoag language and sister languages all have come from an original language called PA, Proto-Algonquian. There are also multiple dialects in many of these languages. For example, in Wampanoag, there is what is the mainland dialect, and then there's the island dialect. And so words in the Algonquian languages are what linguists call polysynthetic, meaning that a word is made of separate small units of meaning, all combining in one word what can be an entire sentence in the English language. And so I just want to offer an example of what we might say. In English, we would say, let's go out to eat, which is 5 words. In Wampanoag, we would say, on chapwation. Both of these sentences have the same meaning. One is just 5 words, and the other is just 1 word. And Algonquian languages have 1 of 4 sounds that come from the original language, Proto-Algonquian sound, which is called theta, and that is like the TH sound, theta. Now, this old sound has been changed to either an R, N, L, or Y. Research on phonological innovation showed there was an intermediate language between Proto-Algonquian and the languages of the 17th and 18th centuries in southern New England. This intermediary language is called Proto-Eastern Algonquian. We refer to it as PEA. And PEA had realized the change from this theta sound to an L sound. The languages of the southern New England tribes then, in turn, made innovations on this L from Proto-Eastern Algonquian to what we now hear as R, L, Y, or N language sounds. And so Wampanoag is an N language. We know this to be the case because Wampanoag has a very robust corpus of native written documents from the 17th and 18th centuries. In fact, the Wampanoag were the first indigenous people on the continent of North America to employ an alphabetic writing system. And so to illustrate what this process might look like, we'll consider the following set of words from the 17th century. Available text. So in English, you would say dog, right? So I'm just going to use the word dog. In Proto-Algonquian, you hear the theta sound, right? And saying athemwa, which also means dog, right? And so athemwa soon turned into what the Nipmuc as well as the Pequot Mohegan might say, the L language, alum. So it went from athemwa to alum, and then for Wampanoag people, we're an N language, so where you hear that L, you now hear anum. And then the same for all of our sister tribes, whether that's Narragansett, which is a Y language, instead of hearing the L or the theta, you hear the Y, which is ayum. And then for Shinnecock, in New York, you would hear the R language, which is the R sound, which is arum for the word dog. So we go from those 4 reflexes across the Algonquian language family. And so there you can kind of see how things in language have changed depending on when and where you are. For Wampanoag people, our language has been dormant for over 150 years. This means that we have no first speakers that can speak the language and allow it to flourish and change as language tends to naturally do over generations. What we do have is one of the largest bodies of written documents. Some of those documents include the entire Bible, other handwritten documents such as deeds, marriage certificates, and other letters written by our ancestors. These documents supported Jesse Littledoe Baird, a Mashpee Wampanoag master linguist, in creating a phonemic alphabet and an endeavor to revitalize the language. This groundbreaking work was and is more than just communication. Learning our language also teaches us the way of our ancestors, the way our ancestors viewed themselves and the world around them, and in so teaching us how we should see ourselves and the world around us. One may think that the Bible couldn't possibly accomplish this because the basis of the entire book is known to many Christian theologians as the unadulterated Word of God. But as it goes for any language being translated, meaning can be lost or found. In this case, we know that our ancestors, through writing language, has sustained it for future generations to help us remember who we are. And so you may be wondering what I mean by that, and I'll share. I can't give you examples of how meaning is lost or found when we translate the Bible text, the biblical text, from Hebrew to Greek or Greek to Hebrew, but if we look at English to Wampanoag, there are clear distinctions throughout the entire text. One concise example that I can give is the English word hell. It's commonly understood as a state of conscious suffering, or often depicting a place of everlasting fire or separation from God. But for us, this word is chipayakamakwat, which translates to the place of the empty skull. And this is to be in a state of not knowing or being who you truly are as a Wampanoag person. Without the mind, spirit, and heart of a person of the dawn, right? The first light, forgetting our ways, our values. And that's what our ancestors understood as the worst thing that could possibly happen to us. And we also see this in our language when we mention kinship, relatives. And so English, I can say the word mother, I can say the word father, I can say the word sister or brother. But in Wampanoag Tuaonk, that kinship has to belong to somebody. I can't just say mother. I have to say my mother, or your mother, or his or her mother, or our mother, or you all's mother, or their mother. The mother, the kin has to belong to somebody. And this teaches us that we are dependent upon one another, and that we don't exist without another. And so these are some of the ways in which revitalizing the language is so much more than just communicating and speaking, right? And there's also what we call inalienable nouns that teach us that, when we speak of the land, to say my land, in English, you would think it's possession, right? To say something is mine, I possess it. But in our language, to say my land, natakim, is to say the land that is not separate from my body. And it is the same when you speak of the waters, whether that's the ocean, the rivers, nanapim, the water that is not separate from my body, or the creator, right? And so in English, you say God, creator, but in our language, we say namanatum, which is the great one that is not separate from my body. And so in all these ways, we realize that speaking the language is not just speaking, but it is totally transforming the way that we think and that we live and interact with the world around us. It is healing a part of us that was lost. And to lose this part of our identity is detrimental. And losing our language means the machines of assimilation have, worked well. But fortunately for us, that's not the end of the story. In 1993, through the efforts of Jesse Littledoe Baird, along with the late Helen Mannon, a beloved Aquinnah Wampanoag educator and historian, the Wampanoag Language Reclamation Project was born. WLRP has been instrumental in training community speakers and teachers, bringing language to each of our Wampanoag communities, whether that's through grammatical workbooks, immersion camps where the community just kind of comes together and we, kick English out of the space and you're just dropped into a setting where it's all about, learning and acting out the language. And there's been, a lot of other efforts, recently, like the Weedaloo School, Makaisak Wiku, the Children's House, which is a language nest for children to learn the language full time through their schooling. And then today, there are other community classes and efforts that also support just sharing and learning the language together. And so through language reclamation, we exercise our sovereignty and empower our community to embrace our ancestors' wisdom and strengthen our Wampanoag identity. We are still learning and working and what I like to call coming home. It's a homecoming experience for anyone that has begun to that journey of learning the language. It's so much more than just having a conversation. It is truly feeling connected to our roots and who we are and our ancestors. And so for me and many others, this is lifelong work that will continue on, hopefully, for generations to come. Thank you all for listening. I do appreciate it.
So I can give some background on Mashpee and Mashpee's experience in for sovereignty, self-governance, self-determination. We've experienced as a community. So Linda had gone over some of the history. Plague that hit 1660, the nation of people. 17th century, you had roughly 19 praying Indian towns. These were all established throughout the Commonwealth, and it was the first concept of implementing a reservation system that we're more familiar with today. In the early beginnings, these praying Indian towns started out. Mashpee's case, it was referred to as the Mashpee Plantation. Mashpee has a unique situation where the so these reflect some of the Wampanoag villages and tribes within the original 67 villages. Presently today, there's only 3 remaining tribes within the Wampanoag Nation, Northeastern Massachusetts area. 2 of which have successfully navigated the complexities of federal recognition process at different time periods. Mashpee and Aquinnah are those 2. Heron Pond, our sister tribe in the current area, are still heading to obtain federal recognition. So, in the beginning, forced assimilation followed a path or trajectory. And the colonists, as they envisioned it, first you contained the tribe into a specific area to control their rights to surrounding lands. It's always been about acquiring the land and control of the land, and the colonists' insatiable desire to control all the lands across the entire continent. This still continues today and is primarily the driver behind the fight for sovereignty and allowing us to be sovereign. We're on Cape Cod. Our sister tribe Aquinnah is on the island. These are 2 prime real estate areas, and so the struggle is uniquely different based on the areas in which you come from. For our experience, as we know it, Mashpee was somewhat different in that the surrounding chiefs actually created a title and deed that established Mashpee and set aside those lands. And so it was signed by some prominent chiefs of the time period back in the 1600s. And 1685, that title and deed was put to paper because it was verbal for them. Chiefs like prominent chiefs in our history, like Chief Quachatasset, Chief Popnomet, signed this title and deed that allocated the Mashpee lands 25 square miles to the South Sea Indians, that being the Mashpee Indians. And in that establishment, it was ratified through the colonial court at different time periods and reaffirmed. And so the title and deed was created through a colonial process very similar to the way in which all the local towns in southeastern Massachusetts were created. Yet our title and deed wasn't legally binding, and the townships still remain legally binding documents in their establishment. So Harvard starts appointing overseers. They're involved with the oversight and regulating the propagation of the gospel and things like that. And so throughout history, these overseers are very oppressive. Starting with folks like Gideon Hawley. Some of the other one is Phineas Fish. There was some Crockers that were overseers as well. And so throughout the time periods, they vary in their oppression and the relationships. But some of the oppression was so bad that we started using the petition system to exercise our voice and to lobby the colonial governments and post-governments to advocate for our own autonomy and self-governance. In 1746 is when they first implemented the governance system of the overseers. These folks were charged with regulating the resources of the area, selling those resources to help take care of the poor and the people that were indigent within the communities and meet the needs. This was often, but they were also given salaries. Some of the salaries were acquired through the propagation of gospel funds that Harvard managed. So they were paid, but then they were selling off resources to acquire additional lands. They were also sometimes also the preachers within our Old Indian Meeting House. Our Old Indian Meeting House was built in 1684. It's one of the oldest churches in the country and the oldest church on Cape Cod. It still stands today. It's on the National Register as the historic property as well as our museum. And so in that process of the overseers, they were selling off the resources and keeping the money for themselves a lot of time. So Reuben Cognew was a Mohegan gentleman that had came up. He was working within our one-room schoolhouses, educating our community. And he saw the oppression that was going on. Not only was he an educator, he was an activist. And so his story is a very interesting story. We adopted him into the tribe. And he actually was sent on a delegation with a delegation of our tribal members over to lobby for our and advocate before King George III in 1760. He was successful in getting over there. It was an interesting voyage to get over there. The first ship that he jumped on didn't believe he was a freeman and tried to enslave him. And so it was 2 or 3 trips, vessels that he had to just to get over and to bend the king's ear. And so in 1763, the Plymouth colony actually adheres to the king siding with us as a result of Reuben Cognew's petition. And they implement a self-governance system where they imposed a 5-member select board. And so in that time period, we start using the select board process similar to the way towns are governed today in a local town meeting style of governance. But 2 of the individuals are non-native, the clerk and treasurer, and the other 3 are elected tribal members. Jump forward now, 1776. In the War of Indian Independence. This is a big time period right now. We're in the 250th anniversary year. And so we had a significant decision to make as a community. What side do you fight on? The king had just sided with us and instructed the colony to allow us to be a more self-governing body as a body of politic, and recognizing the sovereignty of the tribe. And yet the colonists are telling us, well, they promised everything that was in ended up being in the Constitution and in the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, all the freedoms that folks appreciate today. These were the same bill of goods that were promised to us and getting us to side when they were mustering rolls. Every town was supposed to put forward so many men to fight in the Revolutionary War. Mashpee served at 1 in 7, where the surrounding towns served at 1 in 5 as a per ratio per populace. So we served in greater numbers than all those around us. There were some instances where surrounding towns were paying our folks to fight on their behalf because they didn't want to take the risk. And so in that, 65 men served and 17 men never came back. So they paid the ultimate sacrifice for this country to exist. And then after that, it was kind of weaponized against us in the history that follows for Mashpee, where we continued to use the petition systems and we're writing petitions every so many years, sometimes more than once, several times in a year. And shortly after the revolution, and then as you get into the early 1800s, what's interesting is that the language, that our familiarity with what's going on in the country, we're referencing the Constitution. We're referencing that the plenary power in interacting with tribes lies with Congress and not at the state level. We're arguing that in our petitions. We're also arguing that the Non-Intercourse Act, in that first implementation of the Non-Intercourse Act, I think 1795-ish, and then it was ratified like every 3 or 4 years until it was permanently included in the Constitution at a later date in 1830s, I think. We're referencing the Non-Intercourse Act, where only Congress has the right to negotiate with tribes over the selling of tribal resources. And anything that is not taken away through an act of Congress remains the tribe's inherent rights and aboriginal rights and title and things. And so, and it recognized sovereignty to a certain extent. And so, as we're writing through that, we also reference what's going on in 1832 in the canons of construction on Indian law and the Marshall trilogy with regards to the Georgia versus McIntosh. We're referencing all these things. So we're pretty savvy, and petitions being the only means to advocate for self-governance and using their colonial process, we're doing this in those time periods. 1834, there's an incident where Phineas Fisher's not allowing our tribal members into our meeting house. So we work with a gentleman by the name of William Apis, who was a Pequot gentleman living amongst us and teaching in our schools. And he goes before, he starts rallying us up, and we flip over the carts, the selling off of these resources. At that point in time, we have a gentleman named Benjamin Hallett. Benjamin Hallett represents us before the general court. He advocates for a higher self-governance. That initial period where we were using the select board process, that only lasted for about 10 to 15 years, and then they took it back. And then in 1834, we advocate for more autonomy as well, and the overseers re-implemented, and then we're fighting their oppressive natures. And so in 1834, we go before the Mass General Court. Benjamin Hallett is the first time we have legal representation in the General Court on our behalf. Benjamin Hallett is successful in making the arguments, and so they impose the select board process again. At this point in time, it's a 5-member select board, all being Mashpee tribal members. Jump forward, 1869, Massachusetts imposes the Enfranchisement Act. The Enfranchisement Act essentially disestablishes all the remaining praying Indian towns. That is the kind of the one nail in the coffin that kind of sealed our fate, that then mandated us going through a federal recognition process that would come later in 1954. And so at that point in time, in 1954, you have the Indian reorganization. Up until that time, and after that time, when we sued for the land in Mashpee in 1976 went through a land suit as a result of egregious development that was impacting all of our homelands, the environment, and everything that had relied on for thousands of years. So when we went for the land suit, ultimately the case was ruled against us, and they determined that the jury, it was a jury trial rather than the judge's decision, which is unheard of. But the jury was instructed to determine whether or not the title indeed applied. So they were instructed to apply a 1954 definition, federal definition of tribes to a 1600s deed. And so in that, they said at different points throughout time, we were a tribe, we weren't a tribe, we were a tribe. At this particular time, we were not a tribe by federal definition. And so that's how we lost that case. So then we shifted our gears and we said, well, we have to go for recognition. Up until that point, you've been dealing with us ever since you got here, so we didn't see it, we saw it as a wasted exercise to go recognized by the federal government. When you predate the federal government. And so this is the logic we had to. And so, we file a petition for federal land and trust. It takes 35 years to get there. 2007, we get federal recognition. 2012, we apply for land into trust. 2015, September of 2015, we get federal protections of our lands and lands taken into trust. January 2016, our lands are challenged by the new administration. That battle goes on for roughly 4 years. The 2021, our lands are reaffirmed and remain in trust. And so this has been the process. And so what I see throughout our history is that at various points in time, we've been granted autonomy at varying levels. Self-government is recognized, but then it's taken away. So the rules are always changing. And that's kind of the takeaway is like, even though we tried to play by their rules, we adopted Christianity early on, many of the towns. We're utilizing a system. Reservations are very similar to what started to happen in the 1800s with reservation Indians west of the Appalachians, but the sovereignty isn't equal with what we're accustomed to in the West as in Western tribes because of the treaty systems that were implemented in the 1800s. So it's very complex, but if you look at Indian law and how it developed, the canons of that, then everything started here, and the roadmap to that, controlling the Indians and reservation systems and all those things started here in the Northeast and Massachusetts in particular. And, there's a lot to account for. At what time does the narratives change to where the government, both state and federal, are stopped trying to annihilate us and exterminate us and extinguish our existence and start trying to help the tribes and empower the tribes to flourish and live. That's my presentation. Thank you.
So, as I said earlier in my introduction, I am the manager for Tribal Nation Strategic Initiatives at Harvard University's Native Americans program, where I work in engagement and leadership, or engagement with tribal leadership. And prior to this experience, I also worked for the city of Boston as the first supporting Indigenous communities program manager with the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics, which was a piloted role as well for the city of Boston. And this role at Harvard, at HUNAP, is also, that's it? Okay. Yeah, it's me. Hold on one second. Okay, this should be better. So A little bit about the Supporting Indigenous Communities Program Manager role at the City of Boston. It was, as I said, in the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics, and it was a shared role between the Mayor's Office and the Equity and Inclusion Cabinet. It encompassed work that was internal and external education, meaning that, you know, I spent a lot of my work really trying to educate not only the staff and internal folks about Native nations and trying to push this idea of adopting engagement guidelines, because no one knows about how Native nations work, how we are a political identity and not a racial category. I cannot tell you, I had to do a lot of learning on my own in this way for myself, and I questioned a lot of what is indigeneity? What does it mean to be a Native person? What does it mean to be a Wampanoag person in this system? Also coming from the experience of being born in Boston, partially raised in Boston, and then moving to Martha's Vineyard when I was about 11. It was a very we didn't talk about Native communities in the city in terms of education and school system. So it's no wonder, it's not rocket science why, you know, people don't know about Native nations. We have completely been erased from the history in Boston and New England. And in my opinion, it's quite a shame because this is where a lot starts, right? A lot of the laws that we see are federal Indian policy that informs how other nations across the United States are going to be dealt with and managed and colonized started here. We were the people that they practiced on. And so I did a lot of education internally to try to teach people about our communities. I got a lot of pushback. It was not easy, and people still don't understand. Externally, I did the same thing. I would go into different organizations, institutions, and just give little talks about what is a Native nation, what is the difference between a federally recognized tribe, a state recognized tribe, those who may be individuals who are descendants, or folks who have no connection to community, and that's really complicated. That is not an easy thing to talk about, but it is something that does need to be talked about because it can really hinder progress for Native nations in municipal, local, state, and federal government. So I also was able to kind of get into putting on different events. At first, it started with Native American Heritage Month and the usual Indigenous Peoples Day, which I was just like, great, this is all fun and everything, but what are we doing every day? What are we doing, to think about Native people and what we do? And so I tried to build relationships with the different cabinets and different commissions, folks working in the environment. Externally, I did the same, working with Emerald Necklace and organizations such as these to put on programming, which was really wonderful. We had some really great partners. And we also tried to, or I worked with community members to uplift different pieces of history, whether that was thinking about Weedamoo, and we did a Weedamoo Day event at the North American Indian Center of Boston centered around domestic violence and violence against women or Native women, and the history of Weedamoo, in that she was a Sunkushk, or a female leader for the Wampanoag people, and her story never gets told. Even in our communities, we center stories, I believe, around our men rather than our women, but that's based on colonization and first contact, right? They didn't realize that women could be leaders and would be holding the governance of community, and so they connected with men first. So we hear a lot about King Philip and Osamequin, but not about our incredible female leaders such as Weedamoo, Awashonks, and many others. So we did different events like that, and again, also building partnerships. So the North American Indian Center was probably one of my bigger partners as the Urban Indian Center in Boston. I think it has a complicated history in itself, and so just trying to kind of work with them to better work with the city of Boston, and they were one of the main partners that was instrumental in getting my role in the Mayor's Office of New Urban Mechanics. yeah, HUNAP is an awesome organization or awesome program, and I'm really grateful to be connected in this way to them. In my time here, there was not a Native American student organization or program. There were not, in my understanding, Native professors or people to kind of look to be mentored by here. I was a history major too, and I would have loved to have kind of gone into the Native American Studies area. And coming from New Mexico, my first year I went to UNM, had an incredible Native American Studies program. To go from that to come back to, to New England where that's just not prevalent was really, really hard for me. So I spent a lot of time at the Harvard Native program. My best friend was one of the first graduates in 150 years. And so I spent time with her and their program, and that was really helpful for me to have other Native youth in the city of Boston, going to school and also pushing back on program and professors and people who really were just still continuing to write us out of existence. And so when the opportunity came up for this role, I I had other plans to go further into tribal leadership, but I talked to folks, and I was just like, this seems like a really great opportunity and a way to further Wampanoag presence or Northeast New England Native presence in HUNAP, which if you've kind of been paying attention to HUNAP, this is the first time you'll see two Wampanoag people in leadership roles within HUNAP. And in my opinion, also a shame, but also really amazing that we do have Wampanoag representation in this space. And this role is a piloted role, and it's been going pretty well. We've had the opportunity to have provost meetings or meetings with the provost and Native nations that are local to the area, leaders meeting our provost and talking about not only the history, but also how are we, meaning HUNAP, as well as Native nations and their leaders, going to hold Harvard accountable to their role in colonization and their responsibility that they have to Native people based off of their 1650 charter. And if folks aren't familiar, Harvard has a charter from the 1600s that speaks to the responsibility of educating Indian youth. There were several Indian or Wampanoag and New England Wampanoag Nipmuc folks who were Pequot and Narragansett actually were learning to that were involved with Harvard in the Indian school that it originally was. Which also there were several Indian colleges in the New England area originally that were part of the Christianization of our people and our communities. So. Harvard has this responsibility, and it's our job to really push back on Harvard and force them to reckon with that responsibility. And right now, it's probably, I think, the most local leaders that we've had involved in these meetings. We have representation from the Wampanoag tribe of Aquinnah, Mashpee Wampanoag tribe. David has been one of our guests in this space. We have also, we're hoping to just grow that out to encourage other leaders that are from other communities to come into this, whether that's folks in the main area, and we also have representation from Pequot. We are looking and hoping for Narragansett representation in the future. So we're just going to continue to work at that and grow in it. So that's one piece of my role. The other is internally and externally relationship building. So meeting, connecting with tribal leaders that come in from different communities, not just the Northeast, and connecting with them. I just reached out to the Wabanaki communities to make a spring and summer visit. Hopefully, I've gotten one response out of 5, so we'll see how that goes. I'm really excited and looking forward to rebuilding the relationship that kind of has been damaged by some of the history, obviously, with the Peabody Museum and NAGPRA pieces that have not been adhered to. And I also am kind of responsible for thinking about ways in which to work with tribal nations and Native nations locally. So, we just put on our symposium last week that was focused on King Philip's War. But the hope in that is, not just to focus on King Philip's War, but to uplift and focus on Native Northeast history. There is not enough investment in that. There's not enough investment in those histories and sharing them publicly. And I hope to continue to push that. David is doing incredible work with Harvard and has an incredible team in their community that works to push these, I think, universities to really think about their responsibility and the things that they hold, not just, remains, but also, documents pertaining to their peoples. And it's so important that that universities, I believe, share or give those things back in all different ways. So, I work to kind of just push back on that as well. We also, we have executive programming, and we're hoping to expand that to give more access to Native nations and their leaders, as well as their executive staffing and their administrations. As I kind of hinted at earlier, it has not been an easy process being in this role, nor was it easy being in the City of Boston role. One thing that has been very helpful and strategic is working with Native staff. There should never be a world in which one Native person is working for a community of all Native people. That is not acceptable. And I've learned that the hard way and coming to understand that. I knew that, but also I knew it would be a challenge, being the lonesome Native person working for the City of Boston, but I didn't realize how emotionally taxing that would be on my spirit and on me. And so moving to HUNAP has been a game changer in that way, because it is a staff that it's not just Native. We do have non-Native staff members, but it's a predominantly Native staff. And I would say working with our Native students also helps to make that a better space. It's like, we're working for the betterment of their futures and their children's futures. And that just gives me hope in the work that we do. So, I think, respecting tribal sovereignty is one of the things that is also hindered, the movement forward in progress in our work. We have to respect tribal sovereignty, even if we don't agree with how federal Indian policy works or how bad we think the system is or whatever it is. And I'm saying this as a council person. I understand that it's a complicated process. It is a very colonized process. It literally dehumanizes Native people, in my opinion, that we have to go through these processes to be considered a tribal nation or a nation in general. We are not given the space and the room to think on a global level, to think on a national level or state level. It's like, it blows my mind how dehumanizing the process is. And so even though I know that, I still have to respect any semblance of organization that has been created to recognize our people. And in doing that, I can completely understand how that may seem to non-federally recognized tribes or non-state recognized tribes. I understand that, and I sympathize with that, and I don't know what the solution is, but I know that if we're looking about how are we going to support people who cannot have, who cannot get state recognition or federal recognition, how are we going to support those individuals and those groups of folks who have come together and have realized that they are descendants of a community? It is super, and especially in the state of Massachusetts, we talked a little bit about praying towns, and praying towns, brought Native people in from all over the New England area and just defined them as an Indian within that praying town with no definition or no information based on what village they actually came from. And so how, and for me, I'm starting to turn this question back onto the state of Massachusetts. How are you going to reckon with that? Also, what does your reparative work look like with those descendants? Because you are a product of, you did this, and it is your responsibility to fix it, in my opinion. I do think that tribes can be allies in this. I think that we can support, but we're fighting on so many different different waves that we can't do it all. I can't, fight for a person or a community when I'm trying to deal with, these wind turbines that are out on our waters, right? Like we literally have, folks who are coming in from those agencies on the federal level telling us we're going to do this. And I have to sit here and tell them, oh, so we're at that point, right? Like we're not even in the point where you are going to listen to what I have to say. You're doing it anyway, so I am going to shame you still. But that's where we are. We're dealing with a change in our tourism season, which is impacting our tribal people and those who do the arts, those who have had stores open for 100 years or less, and we're facing a lot of different things. We're facing land loss. We have several organizations on Martha's Vineyard that are seeking to continue taking our land away. Where we have many organizations, whether it's the land bank of Martha's Vineyard that sends out an email, and actually did this last year to all people on the island, saying, if you give us a percentage, we'll give you this amount of money for a piece of your land. Do you know how predatory that is for Native people? Honestly, it's predatory for anybody, but also how predatory to still be doing things like this, asking Native people for their land. And even though you're going to give them some money, you're still taking their land that is Wampanoag land. And it's just, these are the things that we're dealing with every day. And I can't imagine what the Tipper world is like, but I imagine that's a whole other beast in itself, a complicated beast. So I say all that to say, I love my work and I love what I do. However, there are a lot of things that need to happen for progression to occur for Wampanoag and Nipmuc and other Native communities in the New England area to happen. And and that is my role. My responsibility as a Wampanoag woman is to think about the future and to think about the collective and to think about the nation. And and that is why I do the work that I do. And yeah, so that's a little bit about the work that I do. Looking forward to the Q&A and questions. Sorry if I wasn't speaking into the mic enough, but yeah, thank you very much.
Once again, thank you. This is good work, and really thank for educating us on your history, and this is all something we need to know and learn from. As a member of a Western tribe, of course, our history is very different, so I'm as ignorant as anybody about the history of the tribes out here. And so it's been a great gift for me to be out here and to learn more about that history. We're going to open it up to Q&A, questions from the audience. I'll just walk around with the mic if that's okay, unless you feel like you're loud enough, and some of you probably are. You can speak from where you are. I got to say also, I was having lunch with somebody the other day, and he asked me, why are you calling this a colloquium instead of symposium? Didn't have a good answer, but I came up with it's less platonic. So I'll start with that. You make it the inside joke. Anyway, so any questions out there? Don't be afraid. We won't.
Thank you so much. I'm new to the East Coast. I come from California, so like learning about the indigenous history here is very different. I was just wondering I was wondering if you could speak a bit more like explicitly about why land is so important. I know it came up again and again, but I just was wanting to like hear your perspective on why that's such like a central component of what's happening.
I know for me, the percentage, if you were to do a ratio on the land, I believe the first title indeed, I've heard numbers as high as 50% of, 50 square miles of land was in the original, and then there were some early transactions since lands were sold off, where it diminished down to 25 square miles. That I'm not clear on. But if you were to do a ratio of 25 square miles, and at the time when that initial deed was signed off on by our local chiefs, the tribe of Mashpee was only about 258. And so if you're to do the ratio of how many people per acre that supported to sustain your lifeways from a cultural perspective, and then look at where we are now, we have roughly 3,200 tribal members, and we have only 300 acres split between Taunton and Mashpee, only 150 in Mashpee. And so one of the biggest threats I see for us is the gentrification that's still occurring. We're on Cape Cod. It's not even just solely a tribal issue. It's the housing, lack of affordable housing. Are people moving away? How do you sustain oral histories, customs, traditions, shared heritage of the community as a distinct people if there's land loss and they can't afford to live together? So that's kind of one of the biggest challenges. As a new government, we're growing. There's needs to build more infrastructure and things like that, and still there's no land. So it's always been about the land. We're not accustomed to the whole ownership thing. Still learning all that. But land is important because it sustains your lifeways. You have stewardship abilities to protect everything that supports you in the lives and the beings and the creatures that sustain your way of life and has sustained your way of life. So, I mean, the land is intimately connected to us through our culture, our traditions, our lifeways, our spirituality. It's not in silo. Our ways aren't in silos and compartmentalized like the American way. It's all integrated together in our decision processes and things, and the ways in which we live. It's all spiritual. It's all cultural. It's all traditional. It's all, it's all encompassing. When we think of those decisions that we make, we think how they're going to affect our future generations and honor the past generations. And so, land's one of the things that's important in the way of life.
Yeah. I'd like to add to that if I could. And I'd like to ask Camille, because you did touch on that in your talk. But in the language, the word I'm thinking of is Colloquium, which ends in the letter M, and you find that letter M, that suffix, is an indicator of our relationship with land. That we and the land are one thing. We're not separate. We cannot be separated. And I remember Jesse Little-Gobert that Camille had mentioned, our linguist, years ago, talking about, all these documents that are written in the Wampanoag language, and you would see that M suffix on the words that needed it. And I remember Jesse telling me one time that by the mid-18th century, that in these documents, Wampanoag written documents, that they began to see that letter M not being used on these words, because even at that point, so much land was being taken from us in so many ways by the colonial people that we were seeing that we could be separated legally or by fences or some such thing from our land. And that is important because in addition to all the things that David was mentioning that relate us to the land, we have a reciprocal relationship with the land to take care of the land. That is our charge from the Creator from the time of creation, to maintain the land as it was created. Okay, and we can't do that if we can't get to it. Okay. Another thing I wanted to mention was a colleague of mine works in the health field and does a lot of work with health equity. And there's an organization, a health organization on Cape Cod, a couple of years ago, did a study of all of the groups in Barnstable County, which is Cape Cod. So white people, black, Asian, Latino, Native American, and with Native American, 99.99% of that is a Mashpee Wampanoag. And on this graph, they measured the population of the particular group, and then the death from all causes rate. Okay? With the Native American, the population, the little bar on the graph was clearly much smaller than any other group on the Cape, by far. The death from all causes was 3 times that of any, and this is today, 2 years ago, 3 times that of any other group. And people would, die of different diseases, of old age, from accidents, overdose, whatever it might be, whatever the cause of death, that's the mechanical reason, if you will, that they die. But to me, because I watch my own folks, and I see how people react when, trees get cut down over here, or land gets filled in over there, or something's clear cut here, or whole new buildings or developments are going up. I see, and it's like it hits you in your heart. And that's another way that slowly kills us. And my personal opinion, my feeling is that that's why the death rate is so high, because we're constantly, continuously, relentlessly being separated from our land.
Yeah, and if I can also add, as I was speaking about, how we say my land in our language, there's only one way to say it, and it is to say that we are one and the same, that we're not separate from the land, that the land is a part of us, and we are a part of the land. And so just as, David and Linda both kind of speak on, our need to, sustain ourselves. Today we have, a gazillion grocery stores, no matter where you go, but we grew our own, food, our own medicines, and that is how we sustained our families and our community. And so without the ability to do those things, to have those things right at our fingertips, to take the land from us is what we say, to cut our legs off. Because then we don't have the ability to care for our and sustain our families and our community in the way that we've always known. That this is what the purpose of it is for the connection between, the land and I, the water and I, to exist, for not just our sustenance, but, our healing. And that's a big part of it. And so I thank you for that question, because I think, as Amira was saying in her presentation, there needs to be a lot more understanding. And obviously, if we're not speaking to, Native people, then that understanding is definitely missed. And so I just want to say thank you for that question again.
I just wanted to add a little bit of context coming from the land back kind of. We started that organization because a key piece of land that sits on the Gayhead Cliffs. We have one of 2 clay cliffs, from what I understand, in the world. And it has had many different colors over the years, and it we wanted to protect that space. My great grandparents opened a little shack, a little restaurant in the 1940s, and that was going to go into non-native hands if we continued. If we didn't buy it or figure out a way to buy it, and with the help of the Native Land Conservancy, we were able to purchase that piece of land, and now it is held by the Native Land Conservancy. We have an MOA with them as the Aquinnah Land Initiative, and we hope to eventually purchase it back from the NLC. But starting, a land back organization is not an easy thing, and also if you're not supported politically by your tribe, that can also create complicated situations. A tribe can't hold a conservation restriction. So if a piece of land has that and you're looking to purchase it, it creates complications. So we wanted to, there's so many different initiatives or pieces of land and pieces of property that we want to hold, on the island of Martha's Vineyard, that has a lot of history and complicated policy, that you have to be prepared for and understand. Not to mention that there are even pieces of land that people don't know much about their history or the land deed. Like, we have landlocked pieces of property that we're just like, okay, who does that belong to actually? Is it the town or is it the tribe? So, there's so many things that kind of shape our current state with land.
Original title and deed, it was written in a way where it said the land shall always be held by the proprietors, that being the tribe, and for their children and their children's children in perpetuity, never to be taxed prior. That was conditions of still and deed. Any other questions?
I think we have another question.
Thank you so much for this educational tour de force this morning to all four of you. It's really amazing how much you are teaching us in a very short period of time. Yeah, I was very struck by something that you said, how much, and I might be misquoting you, so please correct me, how much you have to do in terms of educating people that Wampanoag is a political entity and not a racial category. And I just wanted to ask whether the four of you would each be willing to educate us a little bit more, because I think one of the things that one learns being in this country is that modes of racialization, of course, operate all the time, and I'm sure they operate in what you are describing there as well. But if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little bit more in order to understand what you said so powerfully even better. Thank you.
I'll go to your catchings.
Well, I guess this is open to all of us. So if anybody else wants to speak on this first, I can. You want to go first?
The trust relationship is based on tribes being perceived. It's a paternal nature that is imposed on the tribes as similar to children and incompetent people that are not capable of taking care of themselves, right? So that whole paternalistic nature of the relationship between the federal government and the tribes is built on that. And so when you say trust, but the other thing behind that supports the trust relationship is based on all that you lost. So in the Massachusetts context, who benefited from all that the tribes lost here? The states. And so there should absolutely be a trust relationship very much comparable to the trust relationship that the federal government owns and is responsible for maintaining at the state level in colonial New England and eastern parts of the country because of the state's involvement in all that was lost. And so that the guilt behind that is there, and so there absolutely should be a higher level of or a trust relationship. But the way that Mass General laws are written, if we even tried to assert, I've tried to assert Indian preference in some of the local housing initiatives, and they come back and their answer is that, oh, that would violate Mass General laws because it would be preference based on race. It's not based on race. It's based on all that you stole from us, and we're the original people and we can't afford to live here. That's what it's based on, the trust relationship. And so there's a lot of issues that we need to have with the state, and that's a major one, is to recognize that as the indigenous people, this isn't race-based. We're not transplant. This is our homelands. In our way, if we aren't buried in the lands that we come from, that are a part of us, then we don't go back to be with our ancestors on the other side. And so, that's the level of relationship continues even in the afterlife.
Yeah, there's so much to add in this. Hi, yay. First and foremost, coming from coastal communities that have a history of whaling, that come from a history of navigating the oceans and waterways, this even putting us in a racial category, it takes away from our identity and our citizenship as Wampanoag people. And so, people look at me and the first thing in the city they think is that I'm Latina or I'm Puerto Rican, more specifically Dominican, Cape Verdean, Brazilian. But the reality is that what you see on TV and what you see in movies, that is not the only representation of Native people in the United States of America. We come in all different colors, shades, sizes. We're small. We're everything, and we can look any way that we choose to look. But what ties us to our community is my enrollment, my citizenship to my nation. Right? I would not be here without that foundation. I wouldn't be able to speak on Wampanoag history, people, culture, governance, if I hadn't grown up in my community learning the way that I did. Whether that was being involved with youth council and youth group and youth programming. I was very lucky to be able to go to tribal camp in the summer and learn from Jesse, who was practicing the language with the kids when I was a kid. And so I am nothing without that foundation behind me. And I don't think I think that when you look at it globally, all across the world, there are people who practice this way of understanding themselves. They understand themselves in terms of community and people, and that have a distinct language, that have distinct cultural ways, and we have to respect that. Just because the United States of America has decided that it's going to, create race and create these other distinctions does not mean that we have to practice that, and it takes away from the sovereignty that Native people practice and others practice across the globe. So and I also, to your point about discrimination, this particular thing really sets me off. One, there is no entity but a state or a federal. There's state. Actually, let's start here. The state of Massachusetts does not have a state recognition process. A tribe or a group of folks can come forward, like Herring Pond per se, can come forward and seek to be recognized by the state of Massachusetts, and they did so by executive order, meaning that the governor approved them being recognized as a state recognized tribe. However, they also did have sign-off from the federally recognized tribes because they are in relation. We either verbally gave support or we wrote a letter of support for them to become state recognized. The history of our communities is really complicated and it's not an easy process. However, they've gone through that and here they are today. The complicated thing about an executive order is that it can be taken away at any point. So Herring Pond is also acknowledged by the Wampanoag Nation, the other communities. We acknowledge that they are a part of us. We acknowledge our descendants on Chappaquiddick. We acknowledge that we have descendants across the New England area. And we have relatives all the way out in New Zealand. But what constitutes a tribe in our world, not the white man's world. I'm talking about our world. And so I think the fact that we get to, be a part of that process, it's not as much as I would like to see, but it is helpful in that way. Those are the only forms of recognition that you will see is the federal and the state and whatever semblance of policy going through the governor's office. Some people feel that they are allowed to give recognition by simply acknowledging that the person is Native. That's not how this works. Anybody can self-identify however they choose to self-identify. I can respect that, and that is not for me to question. However, in a state where you're looking to do work where you know, there's a lot of issues around art, you know, and Native people who have been, who've received grants and funding to be recognized as a Native artist and have come in, have gotten that grant, and then we find out either they're not Native or they're not enrolled in the tribe, even though that grant specifically says that if it's a Native person you're giving this funding to, they need to be enrolled citizens of a federally recognized tribe. Sometimes they will acknowledge that, you know, there are indigenous peoples who are state recognized. There are pieces of language in those grants that may also support, you know, more than just federally and state recognized tribes. What I've heard, you know, when that does happen, and what I've heard is this point around discrimination. It is not discriminant for me to ask David, what tribe are you from? What tribe are you representing? You know, and he'll tell me. He'll tell me he's Mashpee, and because we're in relation and we're kin, he's going to tell me who his family is, and I'm going to tell him who my family is, right? I'm a Madison, I'm a Belaine. This is who I come from. That is how we communicate across Indian country, how we communicate with one another. Because more than likely, you're going to find that there's somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and they know who we are. I've gone across the globe and I've met people who know who my family is or who know other families, and they're like, oh, that used to be the chairperson of your tribe. Yeah. When I did youth work with United National Indian Tribal Youth, I ran into that all the time. Oh, so you're Aquinnah, you know Beverly Wright. You know, these are the kind of things that will happen when you're in space with Native people. We understand how we work. And we may not all be the same, which also is something to point out, is that just because we're Native American and we're under this umbrella, it's an umbrella. It means that every tribe has a unique way of being, has a unique language in themselves, has a uniqueness about themselves. And this idea of putting us under the guise of being indigenous, and being Native American, Indian, whatever it is you want to say, has really started to take away from the uniqueness that we are. And as much as I love that there are things that we have in common, I also want to acknowledge and respect the individual communities and how they are uniquely themselves. And we have to remember that when we use terms like indigenous. You know, the city of Boston was collecting data and it said, oh, we have indigenous people. And I'm like, okay, great. What does that mean to you? Like, how do you define indigenous? Because if we're talking about data that is for the idea of giving funding to Native American people or talking about the history of Boston and indigenous peoples, then that data, there's a difference between, you know, folks who are coming from Latin American countries where they have no process, right? We don't see a process for the Pueblos of Mexico or for Brazilian Native people who are fighting for their rights right now. It is very different across the globe. How these countries, the English, the Portuguese, the Spanish, how they chose to colonize is very different. Depending on the country. And so I like to share this with people so that they understand how complex this is and how it's not as simple as just looking at a person and saying, oh, you're Native, and also taking them on their word of being Native. Complicated. And I don't mean to take away from someone's identity. I want to get this point across as well. It's not about that. It is about understanding where you come from, what you're representing, and what you are putting into public history as well. Because another problem is that we can perpetuate, you know, the erasure of indigenous people in this area by not asking the right questions. And that's been the problem for far too long. So I just spoke on a bunch of different things, but I hope that can kind of get into a little bit of that. Thank you.
I'd like to, you know, add and kind of reiterate, because so often you see Native Americans just sort of piled in with all other groups of BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, these ones, those ones. And the difference between Native people, Native American people, and other people is that we do originate from this continent. And that is something that has been under discussion for centuries. You know, in the work that I've done in museums, I've had it thrown in my face. Well, you all came over the Bering Strait. You came from someplace else too. And my response to that is, that's what someone else is saying about us. That is not what is in our history. our history, our oral traditions, tell us that we originated on this continent. The Creator made us on this continent. Hence that M at the end of the word, that says that we're part of this land. Okay? And that's been such a problem to have other people, and I was thinking of a quote by Roger Williams, where 1643, he was talking to some Narragansett men, asking them where they came from. Because in the 16th and 17th centuries, in Europe, there were all of these learned men, these societies, these, were having great discussions of where we came from. We were the 12 lost tribes of Israel. We were this group, that group. We came from any place on God's green earth but here. And that's all very convenient when you want to go in and take somebody's land. Anyway, okay. But anyway, Roger Williams asked these men he was talking to, where did you originate from? Where is your original? And their response was, we've sprung and grown here like the very trees of the wilderness. To me, that made sense, because I understand where that came from. He chose to say, I don't believe them, I think they're lost. Because what he didn't understand was that the Wampanoag people, anyway, have a history that says the Creator made us from the white pine. And throughout New England, all of the different tribal people have a similar history of the Creator making them from the ash tree, the oak tree, the maple tree, the birch tree. Ours is the white pine. So when I read that made perfect sense to me. Roger Williams didn't bother to delve into it further or question them further, but just made his own decision, which people want to do by their own yardstick. And that's where the issues come in, because we, indigenous people on this continent, cannot be measured. It gets totally skewed and, screwed up to measure us by someone else's yardstick. Okay, so, and all of our histories tell us, our oral traditions, that we have we still have stories of how Mashpee created the landscape that exists now. So those are stories that are many tens of thousands of years old. So.
And to that, I would just add the context. This morning when we introduced ourselves to the group here, we all said the word nutomas. And when you speak it in English, it simply can just mean, we are from, right? I am from a place. But in our language, it does not mean that I am just from a place. It means that my DNA, my blood and bones are of the place of where we're from. So from Linda, myself, and Amira, we said nutomas Aquinnah. Our DNA is from the place, where the island stops. And for David, he said nutomas Masipiat. His DNA is from the place of the great water. And so I really just wanted to add to that, just to what Linda and everyone else has said. This is such a complex and intricate topic, but for us there are the ways that teach us and show us ancient ways that we belong specifically to this place in the land. So thank you.
I also have a question. Jackie Sweeney from Co-op. As a non-native person, what would be the best way to support you and your goals? I know it's a big one, but at the same time, we need some education as well. Those of us that weren't involved with what's happened in the past, but are, one of the reasons I'm here is I want to know. And how do we make it right? Or can we make it right? And And I think the educational piece is going to be really important moving forward to really help us not only understand, but to support you in getting where you want to go. So.
I know for me, there's several ways that the tribes are always limited on where to spend limited resources in addressing tribal issues and concerns. And so we're always strapped with, we don't have enough internal capacity, human capacity, funding capacity is always things like that.
What can help is we're in Massachusetts. This is the most sophisticated state in the country. There's a lot of institutions that have ample resources to do a lot of good, and work with the tribes, collaborate with the tribes, help, but don't think you know what's best for us. You know, come and talk to the tribes, interact with us, ask us where you can give assistance and help. There's opportunity to collaborate, internship, fellowship programs, things like that, professional development programs, credentialing to help tribal members get good paying jobs. Those types of things, I think, are meaningful ways that the institutions within Massachusetts in academia could really help tribes and tribal governments, because we're all trying to grow and navigate an imposed process that's always changing. And, we all have, as tribes, have economic development initiatives, self-governance, self-determination initiatives, housing challenges, all the different health and human service programs. A lot of what we do is program-oriented for direct services, and so there's a need for all of them. In compiling data, a lot of us rely on grants and things like that, so there's grant writing and other things that could be worked on. There's a lot of ways to collaborate, but don't ever, think I know what's best for the tribe. Do the courtesy of going to the tribe and asking directly, how can I help? Where are some of your larger needs?
Just to piggyback off of that, I 1000% agree. I also think it depends on the kind of entity that you are. If you're an institution, if you're a cultural space, like a space that teaches in public history, there's so many different ways in which that can happen. But first and foremost, mix your land acknowledgements and start thinking about your responsibility and put that at as the main point. What is your responsibility as an institution and organization that is and has been perpetuating the erasure of indigenous peoples, especially in New England? You have a responsibility to teach. If we can hold art pieces and have these beautiful galleries around the city and the contemporary art museum, all of that, if we can do those things, the first thing you should see is an exhibit on the people who were here first. And the first thing that should happen is building relationship with, the tribes, as well as those organizations that are, that we have, the Wampanoag Consulting Alliance has people come to us all the time seeking to partner for an exhibit or whatever it is. We're a great stop, but we also will encourage you to go to the tribe or go speak to the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer or speak to the Education Director. We have different departments as tribes. And just because we're located on the Cape and the Islands does not make us any less important or not in our territory. What has happened based off of laws, they have pushed us and secluded us to our own areas. I'm trying to get people out of the way of thinking that I'm just a gay, I'm just from, my DNA is just from gay head, from Aquinnah. Our families have been traveling and connecting around this place for thousands of years. And, laws and policy, white man's laws and policy, have forced us to stay in our areas. And so just because we're not here in the city of Boston doesn't mean that we're not here. Mm-hmm. And also ask why, and put that out there as to, the question, why are Native people not represented? Because you've pushed us out, right? You've had no more than 3 Indians in the city of Boston without a white man present. Like, are you kidding me? And it wasn't off the books until the 2000s. Insane. But those are the kind of laws that have hindered the movement of Native people in this city. Even though this city was a place where all communities met, they traded, they connected, and they kept it moving into other areas. And that is super important. So depending on the organization that you are, there are different things that can be helpful. So reach out to, Native-led cultural centers, reach out to the museums that are culturally led or like Native-led, reach out to the tribes and the organizations associated with those tribes or in relationship with those tribes, because they should hopefully get you back to where you need to go to connect with.
Yeah, I was going to say, more generally that, get to know people and start building relationships. There's plenty of events, powwows or what have you, that are public events. And also don't be in a great hurry to do that, because building relationship does take time. And a lot of times Native people, we're not standing around waiting for other people to come to us so we can embrace them, because of the history, because of everything that David and Amira just said. So it takes time and some patience. I also tell people, get to know the history, the real history of this country, and also start examining some of your own beliefs there, because what was the example? David was just saying that if you want to help, we need X, Y, and Z, but don't tell us what we need. As soon as you think you have to tell us what we need, you are not looking at us as equal. That's gone. Okay? If you look at us as equal, and we say we need 95 million square miles of forest to be replanted on the state of Massachusetts, that might seem unreasonable. And people often will swat ideas like that away. Oh, well, we can't do that because of this, and there's so many people, and they'll be this place, blah, blah. So right away, in the ideas, they often get dismissed as somehow undoable. And I think, and I know my example may have been a tad extreme, but, just listen. Learn how to listen, and not to take what we say and measure it against your yardstick. We're coming from a different place, a different yardstick, and that has to be recognized and acknowledged.
In addition to that, I would like to add, on a more personal and individual level, to do your own research and, to listen and read the stories of Indigenous and Native writers. That's, one way that you can educate yourself, but take what you get from reading and listening to, Native stories, and share them with your relatives. I think, I'm a big advocate for, always, trying to push people to have discussions amongst their own families, because that is where the real work happens, because it's a internal struggle for people who don't know much about Wampanoag history or people or culture, and I think that having those discussions internally is what allows people to really think a little bit more critically and internalize just what is being said and what is being shared with the history and the culture of any Native nation, and I think that that's a big piece of where the work really is for us to understand each other, is for us to have those conversations with one another, with our families, with our friends, in our social circles. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
We have two questions over here.
It's Northeastern specifically. Right now we are on land, and so what is Northeastern's responsibility outside of just hosting this event today? I mean, this feels outside of hosting events like these, but what?
I would suggest that first and foremost, invest in Native historians, have a Native American Studies program, have and make sure that you are outreaching to those local communities. You know, BU, BC, Harvard, MIT at a time, I think, has had, you know, different programming for Native students. The fact that I think it's gotten better, I would say, I don't know if it's great. I just know that it has progressed in the way of like, speaking more to Native history, but also, and to having Native students, but I really would encourage, you know, continuing to invest in Native students, because what I find is that a lot of students are coming from all over the United States to study here, and they do not have the support that they need, whether that's, you know, housing support on anything. There's no one here, right? If you're coming from another community, how lonely is it to be here on your own without programming or anybody to support you? So it is important, I think, across any university to support its Native students who are coming from different communities, but also looking for them, reaching out to communities, especially here in New England, investing in that and holding space for that. But I feel that any institution in the New England area should have Native studies in their programming, and also should be teaching about Northeast Native history with a relationship, or even, you know, having a guest lecturer in a semester with a historian from a community, whether that's, you know, Wampanoag, Nipmuc, Narragansett, Pequot, Wabanaki. Like, there are so many incredible knowledge keepers who are not given the space, the respect that they deserve in talking about our history. So no one's going to be able to tell your history better than your own people, and we need space for that to coexist along with those who are academics and teaching in this way too, because I think that is an incredible journey in itself. We have a lot of, you know, we're coming into a lot of different historians, but it's not it's not a big group of folks from our communities that are coming into PhD in American history, you know, in studies. So I would just really suggest an investment in that.
Great. You know, I think the most meaningful thing you could do is to, if you're visiting here, or even if you grew up here, you know, learn a little bit about the history, but start at the beginning with the original people of the area. Don't jump forward to colonial periods and federal periods and just learn about a select little window. You know, look at how much was lost and how it was lost, and the people that it affected here as communities. And knowing that is eye-opening, and, you know, we feel as more people knew the history, then there wouldn't be such animosity and contrary opinions to us as tribes and what we're trying to do. We're just trying to, you know, coexist at this point, and not be exterminated or gentrified, and maintain what we have, and so in perpetuity. And, you know, our tribe has 18 different departments and programs. They're broken into smaller programs and things. And so, you know, for me, historic preservation, I maintain a tribal museum. We're always looking to do exhibits and development and coordinate, and so we need professional talent to help us do that. We maintain archives. We're always looking to do research projects and now we're in the process of digitizing things. So those are some things that are close to the work that I do. But I mean, if you talk to all the different directors within the tribal organization, then you're going to hear a whole bunch of things. There's a lot that we do as tribes, and typically it's always overworked you're trying to do a lot with a limited amount of daylight hours and work hours.
I'd like to add, I couldn't hear the question completely, but add to what Amir was saying about the colleges that do have Native American programs. Another one is Bridgewater State University. Dr. Joyce Rain Anderson has had a program with, I think it's Pine Ridge out in South Dakota. And they bring, they have a summer program for 2 weeks where they bring a number of students out from that reservation. And then they also have students who enroll in Bridgewater from there. And they also are, working very hard to engage with Wampanoag people. We've had several Wampanoag people graduate from Bridgewater. Just as a resource, if anyone wanted to reach out to her.
My question is kind of riffing off the educational question, and I'm going to ask it specifically through the question about land acknowledgement. I work in Australia, and I work with traditional owners, and I can absolutely attest to the fact that because in Australia, land acknowledgement is everywhere. It's in your email signature. It's at every single event. Yeah, it loses an element of sincerity, but more importantly, the work that it does in educating the population has been phenomenal. I work between extractive resource industries and First Nations groups. And honestly, some of the old white men that I work with, the only thing that they knew about Aboriginal people was the land acknowledgement. But it starts a conversation. So I absolutely hear that it can create an empty void and it's like a handshake, right? It doesn't mean anything. But it normalizes presence and history in everyday context. So it brings the narrative that has disappeared for so long back to the surface. So I guess I wondered if you guys could speak to that a little bit more.
Well, I think the land acknowledgement and everything that you just mentioned, it's acknowledging people's continuing presence, which has had everything done to stifle it. And if you cultivate the land acknowledgement and grow it into something else, and thereby increasing other people's awareness of the Aboriginal people or Indigenous people's continuation in their own land, that's wonderful. I don't know what else to say right at the moment, but
so first I want to clarify. I look at a statement of responsibility, or even if you go to Native Governance Center, David has a sticker right here, I just saw it. Native Governance Center has a whole land acknowledgement tool. We're doing this event to uplift our communities in A, B, and C, and they'll tell you more, right? But also why, right? Like Harvard is going to tell you we have a responsibility, or at least HUNAP does, as well as the Harvard Governance Project and the Ash Center. Not everybody is on this wave, but we're trying to move in this direction of being like, we're going to state the responsibility that we have to that that charter from the 1600s. And why are we doing this event? We're talking about data sovereignty. Well, here's why we're talking about data sovereignty in Indigenous communities. That's what I want people to really think about. Why are you doing this? And what is your responsibility to Native people? And I also want to acknowledge that that is why I am very, I'm very clear too when I talk about how distinctly Native communities are do things across the globe. I respect that, and I can't speak to Aboriginal peoples and their histories in that way, but I can only understand that that is where I have seen when acknowledgements come from. Just like the term indigenous. I didn't hear indigenous. I studied a lot of Latin American, I took a lot of the Latin American studies courses here at Northeastern, and that is where I more so heard the term indigenous used to talk about Native people in in that hemisphere or that place in the world, right? So hearing it now, it's more nuanced in America. We're using it consistently now rather than Native American. We also have moved away from using Indian, right? But Native people will use certain terms that we still use, but also federal policy still has us using certain language that we have to kind of continue with, unfortunately. But I say all that to say that, again, every community across the globe it has a different way of being. And I think if that works for Aboriginal people, then that they should stick with that. And it seems like it's been successful for it to become a little more global. I also see that Canada has had success with that. Again, I can't speak to their history, but I can only understand from my perspective and our history here, this doesn't necessarily work when we're talking about Boston and how colonial it is and how old it is and how this has been a long-standing issue. So I don't know. Not to say that it doesn't work. I do think I've seen successes with it, but I would just prefer that people move beyond just acknowledging them.
It's a really interesting point, though, the historical context in that colonialism, the colonization happened here so much earlier than it did in Australia. And that has had consequences on the colonization process and how it's impacted Aboriginal communities.
Yes, that is also a part of people understanding how Indigenous communities across the globe work. Their history of colonization is uniquely theirs as well. And it is upon us as people to learn, how did, the Portuguese colonize Brazil? And what is the history of that? And what does that look like today, right? In that context. What does it look like for Mexico, with the Mexica and the history of the Mexica? That's only starting to become more of a conversation. I mean, it always has been on the Native side, but what about the historical piece publicly? So yeah, I would really encourage people to understand that how different countries have colonized their Indigenous peoples. It looks differently everywhere. It really does. And that impacts a lot in how we do things.
I know for me, it doesn't, I don't need to be reminded that you stole my land. That's just the way it comes across. And definitely don't call me and ask me, hey, can you help me write the land acknowledgement? It loses all meaning. But I mean, it does serve a purpose. Like you said, it forces you, if you own it and do it right, and do research and get some level of understanding on how the land was acquired and how it came to be where you're sitting present day, then yeah, it serves that purpose. But it shouldn't be the top. That shouldn't be the only goal. You have to go beyond that. And once you ask those questions and start provoking thought, then do more. And to immerse, that's what needs. That I don't see that always being followed. It's more of a statement, acknowledgement, and as a Native person, it doesn't carry too much weight. Standing alone by itself.
Well, I keep losing David.
I think we have one more question.
And then we got lunches here, so we're gonna have lunch. Can we do 2 questions, I guess? Yeah, sorry. 2 questions. Do I hear 3? Do I hear 3?
Thank you. My name is Luca Caracoli. I'm a professor in the College of Engineering at Northeastern University. And so I come from a different perspective. You can hear my accent. So jokingly, I am a naturalized U.S. citizen, which means I'm American. Usually I joke, I said, well, I'm fake American. Now, more properly, I should call myself fake American, so fake square, because I'm also Anyway, but that's a joke. So I was with my colleague here. We are working on a project, or we are doing research in combustion. And we came across the issue of wildfires because I study wind effects, and we came across the problem for Native American communities on the West Coast. So we approached one of the communities, and because they have issues with their own properties being affected by this. And one thing we learned along the way is that actually fire has a meaningful relationship to the community, and actually fire or burning for their community actually has to do with culture, which for us is just we have to get rid of the fire, and that's it. So one opportunity, maybe that's why I came here, is because I wanted to see whether I didn't know actually that there were more than one community with the same designation, Wampanoag, and whether we could be helpful as researchers at Northeastern to find maybe if there is any need within the community to tackle these kind of problems, because what we're trying to do, we're trying to protect timber houses from being burned when there is a wildfire with the heavy rains. And no, I don't want to get into the details. So, and we would be happy to maybe continue the discussion if you have any suggestions for us. If you have anybody we could talk to, because one of the problems we face with the Native American community on the Western Coast is that they are difficult to reach for us because we are on the East Coast. And sometimes it's, if one thing was mentioned many times, that communication is difficult because there could be some differences, and distance also makes more difficult, let's say from my perspective, communication. So if we can be helpful, and that will be. So one more quick thing, and I also do research in wind turbines. So if you want me to come and talk to the GE people, Siemens people, and yell at them, I'm happy to.
Through the Museum of Science, we just did a whole session, I think it was last fall, about the approach to cultural burns. And we had representation from Yurok and Southern California, and one other, and my brain is blanking on this, but actually you should be able to find it on YouTube through the Museum of Science, the episode that talks about this. I find that, we're starting to see more drought here, and also we're starting to see higher alerts for possible wildfire, especially in Aquinnah. I was kind of blown away a couple years ago when I saw the statistic on that through a presentation having to do with climate action report, and I just was like, whoa, this is I've never seen that. I've never seen on Martha's Vineyard you can drive through and you can see you hit the airport and there's a huge forest there, the state forest, and it has the Smokey the Bear sign right there, and he was on high alert, and I'm like, wow. I love Smokey the Bear. So I was just like, wow, I've never seen that in my lifetime of living on the island, and I go past that point all the time. So it's really interesting to me that that we're having this conversation. I see Native people starting to have the conversation around how we want to approach that. Obviously, there was a process, and there still is. So there are still active processes that are occurring in Native communities. I would encourage you to reach out to the tribes, their natural resource departments, who work heavily in this area. I also encourage reaching out to Native Land Conservancy, as well as the Wampanoag Alliance in the North. These are organizations that hold a lot of Native land and for Native people who also probably are thinking in that way and have cultural connection to community, and would be a great partner in that work. So yeah, Wampanoag Alliance, NLC, Mashpee and Aquinnah Tribe and their Natural Resource Department, and Aquinnah's Natural Resource Department would be great.
Thank you.
I'd also like to mention the Community Land and Water Coalition, which is based in Plimpton, Mass. right now. But Community Land and Water deals with the clear cutting and deforestation for the purposes of sand mining under the guise of making more cranberry bogs. It's rampant in southeastern Massachusetts. And last fall, Community Land and Water, we held a little conference on burning, on controlled burns, because it's something that's being suggested for controlling, I guess, the trees in Miles Standish State Forest in Plymouth. And we had several people. One guy was from the West Coast, so I can't remember his name, but we are planning an indigenous conference on burning for this fall as well. So I'd very much like to be in touch.
Sure, thank you. We got.
We have one more question, and then we do have to get to lunch. We have an afternoon session as well. So we'll take this one and then. Very good.
Hey, okay. I'm Brianna Torres, so I'm half Nicaraguan, half Ecuadorian. Y gracias, señor, por tu respuesta y tu opinión. And I'm here a fifth year CS and design student. My family is indigenous to the ancient Mayans and the ancient Incan civilizations. So not from here, but indigenous to my home. And I had a similar story like you, where I took classes here at Northeastern about being a Latina because I wanted to know why I'm a Latina. And so they taught me about, just like you, the word, what does it mean to be indigenous, right? And so that really helped me feel secure in my identity, and that's kind of just why I was interested. I'll try to wrap up this question really fast, but that's why I was interested in coming to talk to you guys and listening at least to what you have to say. And because, always in the pursuit of knowledge, I feel like that's why we're here sitting in this room, being in a university, because we're just trying to learn about one another. And so anyways, I say this all because I work as a Vedic practitioner, if you're familiar with the Vedas. And my guru, she was Native American. And so she was from the tribes, I'm not sure which one, but she was from the Native American tribes here in America. And they sent her on a journey, a pilgrimage to India to learn from Vedic teachers because she wanted to fill in the missing gaps from her Native American history. So they sent her, and her tribe leader, chief, sent her. And so she was in India learning, and she became enlightened. And then she found me, and I became her disciple, and then she enlightened me. And that's just why I'm here, to just learn from you guys, and honored to be able to sit in the room with everyone here. And I guess I'm just curious, for one, what your response is to that, and then if you're familiar with the Vedas, how would tribes in here in America, currently residing here in America, handle that binary and that interjection point of Vedic scriptures and knowledge with Native American knowledge?
She ironically just did a Vedic astrology chart. The person in Australia. I guess I don't know much in terms of us here on the western part of the hemisphere. Like I have not heard much on that, and I honestly am still trying to understand the Vedic astrology. But that's because I'm a very I would identify myself as being a very spiritual person, and so I to say that I don't think I've seen that much in terms of us as a peoples and heard of that, but I'm sure there's something to it somewhere. But yeah, I've always found I find other practices of well-being and wellness and holistic, medicines. Like, I just find all of that very interesting. And and coming from a medicinal family, a lot of communities do have medicinal peoples who practice in these ways. But again, it can be seen and deemed as very mystical and magical and, the devil's work. And I hate that. And that's also why I'm very particular about how I speak on this issue, because I want people to understand that how we see ourselves, the land, and this place, and how we heal, how we work through those things, again, is uniquely different depending on community, but also is not something that is mystical or mythical or not okay. People have very beautiful ways of practicing and communing with the land, and how you choose to do that is your way. So I very much am in respect of people and how they choose to see themselves in the world and the land, and how they choose to heal with the land or with others.
I don't know enough about it to speak on it. So.
Could you speak to anything of your own personal life experience with land healing?
As Amir said, we all do things our own way. I too come from a traditional family, and so we've had healing ceremonies, not just for the land, for collective well-being at various times in different places, for those communities closest to those areas, and throughout my life, it's been a learning experience, and we're always learning. There's been visiting folks, medicine people from other tribes that have been a part of that and stuff. So, but that kind of stuff isn't stuff that we typically talk about in like open sessions and things. It's more intimate internally within the tribe, and it's done low key, because of the personal nature of it all.
Got it. Good questions. Is there like a public name for that?
Sorry, we're gonna let somebody respond.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Linda, you're gonna say something else.
Well, just, speaking personally, I've always been interested and open to learning what other people in the world do to heal, and to relate to the earth, in terms of healing, or how the earth heals, and our responsibility to earth, and which to me, in my mind, has come to be all the same thing. But I think for me, primarily, is learning about what people on this continent did or do. The medicine people, the holy people that we had in whatever the tribes, and I mean, one tribe to another can be as different as day and night, but you'll find elements of that are the same, or that they have in common, and I think that's the case, and that's what's so wonderful. When I read about things from different people around the world. So, and I think it's, one way that, it's not like, as Amir was saying, it's not like, witchcraft or, anything like that. I mean, I think even what's termed witchcraft gets a bad rap, because there's more to it than that, because it's based on the old ways of Europe, pre-Christian. And I think, it's an area that we can all certainly learn more about, and it's an area that, with the tribes in this country, I mean, there was a law on the books in 1674 that talks about no powwows, no wizards or witches. Powwows, which is a word that comes from our language, and it means healer. Okay, and so that was a law back then that was saying you can't practice your own religion. And they were, doing stuff to stop us, literally. So we lost a lot at that point, and it's been a process of trying to regain it ever since. So on the learning curve here,
Okay, we're going to break for lunch here, but before we do, I'd like to sing a thank you song and ask everyone to stand. Yeah. Really thank you for being with us, and thank you for letting me sing. And As we move toward lunch, except for those of you online, you'll have to get your own lunches. I would like that we feed our guests first, please. So you go through the line first to get your food, if that's okay with you. And then, I don't know if you're good with this, and maybe I'm saying it just because I'm old. In our tradition, the oldest people get to go next. Maybe I'm saying it because I'm old, I don't know. But thank you all for attending, and there's another session this afternoon.
I see. Okay.
I got a small thing coming up here too while you're having your lunch. Make sure you get your lunch. And then I have 4 students. I think 4. Just teasing. Well, we got 4 of my students are gonna just do real brief talks on an assignment they had this term. And so I'll let them introduce themselves as they come up. The assignment is, my class is American Indian Literature. I call it American Indian. It's on the books as Native American, not Indigenous. Though there's some, overlap there. And the assignment they had is, we focused early on American Indian law.
That's fine.
And reading text in the context of American Indian law. And so their assignments were to do critical briefs. That is almost like a legal brief, but using the literature along with federal Indian law or policy to support the reading of that. Then I expanded it out later to let them work through other critical issues in the briefs as well. So they're going to read a few of their briefs here. And I just thought it would be fun to share an assignment. They've done a lot of good work this term. And I got to say, I just love this class. They're great. Not too many, I don't know. Yeah, they're good. Yeah, I'm just teasing. So who would like to go first?
After that one, I wouldn't.
Why don't you come up here, take a pass at my table?
Yes.
Yeah, you just eat your lunch while they're giving their critical briefs. I just wanted to give them an opportunity. Yes, we have 4 of you. Let's start. You want to start?
Okay.
Pass it down.
Just an FYI, you could attend our meeting. So there's a chance I might teams you, but it's probably not going to be a lot of. I mean, you can teams me, but I probably won't see like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just go. My name is Jonah Gold. I'm a senior English major, and my first brief is about a selection from colonization of the Wampanoag, and I wrote, just really exciting that she's here. So, this is my summary of the section that I will be talking about. Linda Kuhn's 6th chapter, titled Colonization, the Price of Land, spends time investigating the impact of the foreign introduced disease that had on the Wampanoag tribe as well as indigenous communities across the nation. The chapter explains the Wampanoag experience of illness and disease prior to and after encountering colonialism and infectious diseases they brought with them from Europe. The section spans from page 105 to 114 and are titled The Great Dying and Other Foreign Diseases, Why Didn't Indigenous People Have All They Needed to Fight Off the European Diseases, as well as Impacts of Foreign Diseases. All of these sections help readers answer the question of how Wampanoag's knowledge and indigenous knowledge as a whole both succumb to and combat against foreign colonial and introduced disease. Holmes presents a historical narrative that renders indigenous knowledge both visible and invisible against the destructive force of foreign disease. The chapter discusses how colonists used the infectious diseases they brought with them to America as a biological weapon to wipe out communities and, by extension, the knowledge those communities carried. In the first instance, one sees that this dual rendering of indigenous visibility is with the two settler escapees who found solace within the Wampanoag tribe. Hume investigates the paradoxical notion of one of these escapees, who stayed with the tribe to learn their language. The idea that this man spread the disease that wiped out the tribe and many other indigenous Native Americans while staying with them and learning their language that he was learning shows this dual rendering. Indigenous knowledge is simultaneously being destroyed as it is being acquired by this colonist. Considering the destruction of indigenous society through infectious disease renders indigenous knowledge invisible, Holmes also argues that it is this exact vulnerability to infectious disease that renders indigenous knowledge visible. The vulnerability is exposed in the section titled, "Why Didn't Indigenous Peoples Have the Immunity to Fight Off the European Diseases?" where Kuhn writes about the clean lifestyles and its benefits. Kuhn writes, "And because we lived in this clean way, keeping and working with everything as created, we did not create or cause infectious diseases. The Wampanoag tribe was destroyed in the Great Dying of 1616-1619 due to a lack of prior immunity. While the destruction renders indigenous knowledge invisible, it is the vulnerability to infectious diseases that renders indigenous knowledge visible. The notion of a clean lifestyle is defined by Kuhn as nature intended as nature was created. It is important to consider the audience when discussing this section and the novel as a whole. The verbiage of clean is inherently vague and carries a sense of superiority in comparison to something dirty. Williams uses a more general vague term to supplement a deeper argument regarding the benefits and necessity of sustainability and environmentalism, which is exemplified by indigenous communities in our nation. These broader and more complex arguments are substituted with a term more digestible for the younger audience this novel is aimed at. Clean means keeping and working with everything as created. We do not create or cause infectious disease. Kuhn presents readers with a complex paradox that shows how infectious diseases render indigenous knowledge both visible and invisible. The visibility comes from the value of indigenous knowledge, the knowledge causing them to live in a more clean lifestyle, which advantageously allows them to exist in a disease-free society. That strength, that visibility, also acts as the vulnerability and invisibility of indigenous knowledge when plagued by infectious disease. Infectious disease ravage these communities because of their clean lifestyle, left them unexposed and vulnerable to infectious disease, rendering their knowledge both invisible with the loss of community and lives. And then my second one is a excerpt from N. Scott Mombide's A Way to Rainy Mountain, and this is the summary of the part that I'm talking about. Mombide's poem titled 14 recalls a Kiowa creation story, which serves as an explanation for the phenomena of storms, lightning, and thunder. According to the Kiowa people, this phenomena can be attributed to creativity and some clay. At some point in history, the Kiowas decided to create a horse out of clay. The horse became animated with life before writhing in agony, strong enough to kick up wicked winds, uprooting trees, and lifting buffalo with minimal effort. After the Kiowas were able to calm it down through communication, they developed a sense of foresight and comprehension regarding its presence and thunder as a whole. They are protected from the storm spirit named Maka'e, with a head and torso of horse and a fishtail. Because the Kiowas tell it, "Pass over me," and Maka'e is able to understand. Looking at 14 through the lens of indigenous knowledge, it is clear that the Kiowa storm spirit creation serves as a cultural indicator of the progression and advancement of the Kiowa people and their culture during their golden age from 1830 to 1850. Many prominent stories from cultures around the globe serve as an indication of the author society's most recent achievement of cultural claims. For example, scholars read Genesis 22 not as a true instance of God telling Abraham and then subsequently after not to sacrifice his son Isaac, but as a temporal marker when the society writing Genesis 22 moved away from child sacrifice and just towards adult sacrifice. Leviticus has very detailed descriptions of sacrifice, yet after Isaac, no children are ever sacrificed in the text. Besides Jephthah, that's an argument and conversation about gender for a different time. The society writing the Hebrew Bible at one point in time regularly practiced child sacrifice, but then developed beyond that practice, and thus wrote the story of God condemning Isaac's potential sacrifice as to basically cover their own asses. Considering the implications of Isaac's sacrifice as an indication of the author's society, one can also read 14 as an attempt to consider what implications this poem had for the author's tribe. The poem's narrative follows. Maka'e is created, it runs rampant, presumably unleashing thunderous strikes down upon the earth, before being calmed by the Kiowa and establishing a relationship where Maka'e passes over the Kiowa after they ask it to. Following this poem's narrative, one can argue a narrative of the Kiowa and their indigenous knowledge follows a similar path. At one point in time, the Kiowa tribe either did not possess adequate indigenous knowledge to protect themselves from thunder and its destruction, or did not possess adequate knowledge to comprehend the phenomena of thunder and lightning.
One can view the creation of Maka'e as the Kiowa's first encounter with thunder, and Maka'e's rampage as a destructive thunderstorm the Kiowa experienced. Perhaps it is during the specific storm that the Kiowa saw trees and buffalo being uprooted, which is why it appears in the poem. The point in the poem where Maka'e can calm down after the Kiowas talk to it can be thought of as some point in Kiowa history where they possess adequate knowledge to protect themselves from thunder, or possess adequate knowledge to comprehend the phenomena. The poem's line, "They are not afraid of Maka'e, for it understands their language," could be interpreted as Mamade's ancestors' choice to create this story so that people like Mamade, born after the point in time when the Kiowa understood and overcame thunder, would have this story to commemorate their shift in history.
Haley. I am a senior at Northeastern studying communication. My first critical brief is about colonization in the Wampanoag story. Here we go. In chapter 5, under the section titled Gathering with Grandma, Plants as Elders, Plants as Teachers, Scarberry sets out with Grandma Yellow Sky to harvest and collect various plants. She marvels at Yellow Sky's extensive knowledge of the land and how to use its resources, noting that, quote, she knew how to make all kinds of teas, tinctures, salves, and poultices, all kinds of medicines for all kinds of sickness or injury. They moved through land where these plants grew, taking them through the forests, along the rivers, and into the fields and marshes. The community taught the kids to walk consciously through the land, quote, being aware of where they placed their feet so they didn't trample and crush any plants or grass or bugs or other small relatives. In harvesting the plants, Yellow Sky taught the children how to collect respectfully, which comes from an understanding, or from the quote, understanding that the plants were giving up their lives so we can eat and have medicine and make baskets and nets and other things we need. This section, like many of the well-known chapters in the book, details elements of indigenous knowledge to portray the Wampanoag way of life and colonization. The indigenous knowledge conveyed in these passages from colonization in the Wampanoag story concerns the practice of collecting plants, generational flow of knowledge, and an attitude of respect toward the land. By detailing this venture, Coombs portrays a vision of Wampanoag existence in both practice and spirituality. Operating under the lens of indigenous knowledge as, quote, informing an understanding of the world, these passages reveal pieces of a Wampanoag interpretation of life and meaning. The reference to the plants and animals as relatives whom the children must be able to respect reflects a consideration for non-human life not prevalent in Western ways of interacting with the world. Further, the offering of tobacco, too, in the acknowledgement of sacrifice from the plants Yellow Sky and the children collected demonstrate how deep-rooted such consideration is in Wampanoag culture. One must exist in active relation to other beings, which, naturally, means that the death of these relatives is not taken lightly. In this sense, the Wampanoag people do not move through land selfishly, but rather as parts of the whole that is a community, an ecosystem, and earth. So the references to indigenous knowledge in this book serve as gateways to new conceptualizations of humans' relationship to the planet for young readers, and as a catalog of Wampanoag culture that people may later reference. The culmination of these bits of knowledge forms a picture of the Wampanoag as valuing collective responsibility and possessing an inherent respect for life that need not be earned. And my second brief was about Joy Harjo's poem Exile of Memory. Exile of Memory explores Harjo's experience returning and ultimately leaving her tribe's original homelands in Tennessee. The poem has two sources: Harjo hearing someone say they should not return to their homelands, and her moment of reflection upon leaving Tennessee. The first stanza addresses the former warning, beginning with an image of ancestors emerging, awoken. Quote, there will be no place in memory for what they see. Speaking with the voice of one who resists returning, Harjo remarks, quote, and then what, you with your words and the enemy's language, do you know how to make a peaceful road through human memory? When Harjo and her husband spend their first night in Tennessee, she feels the presence of her people. Quote, all night they welcomed us, all night the stomp dancers, all night the shawl shakers, all night circle after circle made us fall into the Milky Way. Later in the poem, in a stanza that mirrors this all-night refrain in a modern context, Harjo comments on the experience of exiting the haven of community to enter again, quote, the world made by Puritan dreaming, no place for Indians, poets, or any others who would ride the wild winds for dangerous knowledge. The tension between history and the present, reading and returning, and community and separation, eddies in memory. This poem captures the interplay between indigenous knowledge and memory, and how indigenous knowledge and land are quantumly entangled. The indigenous knowledge referenced in Exile of Memory concerns the relationship between living members of the Muskogee Creek Nation and their ancestors, whose spirits reside in transformed landscapes. To return to these landscapes is to confront profound grief in a past that asks questions. The initial position Harjo wrestles with is the responsibility of leading her ancestors through an exile of memory, where they cannot relate to the world they find. The question of making a peaceful road through human memory concerns how Harjo can mediate an understandable relationship with the land, how she can lead her people in a language that oppresses indigenous knowledge back to a place she has never seen. What she finds, however, is that her people's spirit endures. Her ancestors welcome her and he witnesses their return to the stars. In this sense, the knowledge of her people and their way of being known. Harjo interlaces language like stump dancers and shawshakers to honor these roles. This passage prefaces the later passage that contextualizes this community in the modern day by establishing the strength of spirit. The Western world oppresses indigenous knowledge as dangerous knowledge, knowledge that will not, no matter how one contorts it or manipulates it, justify a non-reciprocal relationship with the land. Even though colonists exiled the Muskogee Creek Nation and changed the land, Harjo proves they cannot exile their memory. Indigenous knowledge and memory pulse in the land and in the people, waiting for clean.
My name is Galia Abud from El Paso, Texas, and I study English and philosophy here. Apologies in advance, this is like very wordy. This is a philosophy major, but yeah. Anyways, a summary of the text that I'll be discussing. The Way to Wing Mountain is an exploration of Momade's Kiowa ancestry and identity. More specifically, it engages with the history of the Kiowa people who moved from Montana to Oklahoma. Near the end of the book, just before the epilogue, Momade recalls looking out over a field near his grandmother Arvo's house. He remembers being told that a woman is buried somewhere in that field, although he does not know where. This final scene is emblematic of a kind of tangible feeling that surpasses space and time, echoing Momade's relationship to the history of his people. This brief focuses on the symbol of the woman buried in the field, and is in conversation with Professor Henry's analysis titled Enduring Critical Poses, Image, Movement, Becoming Emergent Relatives in the Way to Rainy Mountain. Here's the quote. If you stand on the front porch of the house and look eastward toward Carnegie, you know that the woman is buried somewhere within the range of your vision, but her grave is unmarked. She was buried in a cabinet, and she wore a beautiful dress. The dress is still there, under the ground. As Enduring Critical Poses suggests, Momade uses this scene, along with others throughout the book, to explore the phenomenon of memory. By memory, I mean not only the storage of lived experience, but also of imagined experience, which is collectively shaped. In this scene, Momade has clearly been told the story of the woman. She is therefore kept alive through his imagination, which is importantly informed by the imagination of others. As Professor Henry notes, drawing on Momade's man of words, when Momade looks out at the field, he points to nothing in particular and everything at once. You do not know who this woman is, nor where she lies, and yet she comes to stand for everything within his range of vision, but remains unseen. I want to draw attention to two particular words in this passage, unmarked and cabinet. Framing theory can help us understand both. In frame analysis, Irving Goffman argues that individuals use interpretive schemas or frames to make sense of the world. Here, the frame is both physical and non-physical, the cabinet and the unmarked field. Because the woman is buried in a cabinet rather than a coffin, the burial may appear unusual. At the same time, because the grave is unmarked, this sense of difference is felt rather than seen. Ultimately, the buried woman suggests that a frame is not only physical or localized, but also conceptual and relational. There is always an extra dimension to what we see, something beyond the visible field. As the passage suggests, it is not enough to distinguish between a concrete space and an imagined one, because the imagined continually how do you say that word?
Continuously.
Continuously enters the field of perception. In this way, everything becomes part of the field of consideration, both within the scene and beyond it. I also wrote a very short poem inspired by these subjects. It's titled On Living. The woman is buried in a cabinet in a beautiful dress of buckskin. Her grave is unmarked, in a field budging with beds like the bed the gypsy made with the extinct tree. At last, I cannot keep count of these burials, and I cannot keep count of my sorrow sticks, but I can smell the rancid peach.
Ellie Tunis. I'm an English major here at Northeastern. Sorry. So my critical brief is on Heritage X by Ellis Patchen. So the summary. Ellis Patchen's poem Heritage X serves as a glimpse into her Tall Chief family history and Osage ancestry. Throughout the poem, Patchen pays tribute to her female ancestors, in particular her great-grandmother, Eliza Big Heart Tall Chief. In the beginning of her poem, Patchen immediately orients the reader by strongly stating the crimes committed against Osage women in the year her mother was born. He states, "The year my mother was born, in Fairfax, Oklahoma, white men were marrying Osage women and killing them for their head rights." This refers to the Reign of Terror, which is a time in American history where women of the Osage Nation were murdered for their oil rights in Oklahoma by white U.S. male citizens. The poem also names the specific law, the Indian Citizenship Act, that made Indians tied to the U.S. for or against their wills, and was passed close to the time of her mother's birth. This law paired with the circumstances of the Reign of Terror, as well as the descriptions of the desecration and robbery of her aunt's gravesite, paint the picture of just a few of the horrors her great-grandmother lived through. The rest of the poem, Patchen refers to physical artifacts like gravesites, family photographs, to walk through her rumination of her family's past. Ellis Patchen especially states the connection to her great-grandmother by recognizing the name Ellis as permutation of Eliza. She ends the poem by focusing on a picture of Eliza Big Heart Tall Chief as a tribal leader in multicolored blanket, which illustrates how she survived her husband and the hardships throughout her long life. Opinions. American Indian law is directly tied to the subject matter of Ellis Patchen's Heritage Acts. Her line, "White men were marrying Osage, women and killing them for their head rights," are a reference to the Reign of Terror, which can be associated with the General Allotment Act of 1887 or the Dawes Act. Mastering American Indian law describes the act as parceling out the communal tribal land based to individual tribal members, thereby freeing up land for continued white settlement. This led to the Osage land in Oklahoma being divided into individually owned parcels. Therefore, when oil was discovered on Osage land, individuals were able to become some of the richest people in the world and the targets of white settlers who wanted to steal their wealth. Patchen also directly mentions the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924 in her poem and describes it as making Indians tied to the U.S. for or against their wills. This shows the lack of autonomy created by this act in American Indian law. The Indian Citizenship Act in particular allows U.S. citizens to be extended over all tribal peoples and create individual citizenship in the U.S. and specific tribal nations. This act was yet another means of controlling and stripping indigenous peoples of their land and culture during the allotment or assimilation era. Patchen also mentions the connection between her name, Ellis, and her great-grandmother's name, Eliza. This difference in their names reminded me of how tribal peoples are also given English interpretations of their names or wholly renamed in the process of federal officials. I believe these government forced name changes further erase indigenous identity and could be a reason Passion cherished her name being linked to her great-grandmother. It shows the perseverance of Eliza Big-Heart Tall Chief's identity and Passion's heritage. Although the photograph of Eliza Big-Heart Tall Chief and a multicolored blanket mentioned at the end of the poem doesn't tie particularly to any law, I believe Passion is making a statement in her poem about the many American Indian laws passed throughout her great-grandmother's 92 years of life. The poem shows that despite her best efforts, the United States government laws couldn't eradicate Eliza Big-Heart Tall Chief of her Osage culture and identity.
You're rich, and now you can get some lunch if you want. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. It was great work. I love reading it and love hearing it as well.
My name is Uta Polga, and I teach history here at Northeastern, and I'm also one of the faculty leads of the Reckonings project. And I thought we should start out this afternoon by thanking Gordon Henry for bringing us all together for this Platon-like, conversation-focused day of most meaningful interactions, and also to thank the four panelists this morning, Amira Madison, Camille Madison, David Whedon, Linda Coombs, who gave all of us really an amazing lesson about how radically local history should matter to all of us, how radically local history is at the same time very much national and global history as well. Also a lesson in that we will not come to terms with the erasures of the past unless we collaborate in the present. And so many more detailed lessons to be taken away from the experiences of their work as Wampanoag in Massachusetts and beyond. But these are just some of the highlights that I'm giving to those of you who couldn't be here this morning. So if you all would join me in giving a big hand to the four speakers and to Gordon for bringing together. And in the morning panel, the panelists this afternoon will actually introduce themselves. And after that, we will have the chance for question and answers. Because we have an online audience as well, whom you could see in little signs here in the bottom of the screen, we will be handing around the microphone, and we will need to hand the microphone to you in the audience as well, in order for everybody to be able to hear and understand one another. And when the time for question comes, it would be nice if you guys actually all introduce yourselves very briefly as well as you ask questions. But without further ado, I'm really thrilled that we will hear from three people now about their work on matters related to Indigenous pasts and presents. And we'll start out with Elizabeth Dillon from Northeastern. Next we will have Alan Ailes from Harvard, and then finally Getty Stiller, whom you all know also as Associate Director of the Humanities Center from Philosophy at Northeastern as well. So Elizabeth, can I hand the mic to you and introduce yourself? Your words.
Thanks, Vita. Elizabeth Maddock Dillon, Northeastern University department here, and I also just want to my thanks to Gordon Henry for inviting me here. I have a little caveat that I by no means in Native American studies or history, but it is something that I've been thinking a lot about and trying to learn more about. I'm excited to hear what they think about what I have to say today. This talk is really in part based on what I am an expert in is that I've taught for the last 30 years in early American literature and Atlantic world literature. And so the question that I am sort of thinking about in this talk and in the class that I just taught, which two of my students are sitting in the back, the capstone class. So I'd be interested if they have thoughts about this too. But the question is, how do we tell the story of canonical American literature in a decolonial way. That is, in a way that doesn't center settler colonials as the only figures who matter, that bring the indigenous history into focus, particularly in a place like Massachusetts. So the capstone course that I taught this semester, still teaching, is really framed by two canonical texts. The first is the poetry of Anne Bradstreet. That's a fictive rendering of Anne Bradstreet from the 19th century. There are no extant paintings or drawings of her. And then the course closes with another big canonical text, Nathaniel Hawthorne's House of Seven Gables. And what I'm going to do today is to kind of spin out a very different story than certainly than the one that I was taught when I began studying early American literature. In 1666, the Puritan settler Anne Bradstreet saw her house in what is now, these slides are not very well arranged, so I'll go kind of around. Bradstreet saw her house in what is now North Andover, Massachusetts, burned to the ground. She wrote about it in a poem titled "Here Follows Some Verses Upon the Burning of Our House," July 10th, 1666. One poem that would subsequently be included in editions of her earlier 1650 work, The 10th Muse Lately Sprung Up in America. That was published in England. Bradstreet came to the Massachusetts colony on the Arabella with John Winthrop. This was the first published book of poems from the British North American colonies, and it was published in England in 1650. You can see by the title that she was considered something of a rarity in publishing this. We'll go to the poem here. In the classroom, I have spent decades reading this poem with students, tracing the acute tension between Bradstreet's passionate attachment to her home, to her family, and the material things that burned, together with her Christian effort to disavow this attachment. She writes, "There's wealth enough, I need no more. Farewell my pelf, farewell my store. The world no longer let me love. My hope and treasure lies above." In the poem, she's both mourning and giving up. She's cataloging and caressing the very possessions she claims to release. A year and a half ago, I found myself on my knees, scraping away 300 years of compacted soil at the site of what appears to be the remains of Anne Bradstreet's house in North Andover, working with a small group of scholars and students under Professors Christy Potroff and Donald Slater. That's Donnie on the left. Christy Potroff, she's a professor of American literature at BC, and Rebecca Mitzine also teaches at BC there, and they led this extraordinary project that I was very fortunate to be part of. Donnie and Christy had discovered, which no one had known before, where the remains of Anne Bradstreet's burned house was, and were excavating it, and I became an excavator. In the damp earth, we found the usual domestic fragments, pottery shards, rusted nails, pipe stems, glazed redware, but also stone projectile points and tools, likely pennacook or pawtucket, from the indigenous peoples with ancestral ties to that land. In one day, in my little square, we each had little squares that we worked in. Here are the things that I found in one day, in one block. The incisor of a small horse or donkey, multiple shards of glazed redware, several rust-encrusted nails, a kaolin pipe stem and bowl, and an indigenous stone tool, perhaps a knife of some sort broken into pieces, the handle carved into a gentle series of ridges in gray, flaking jasper. The end of the pipe stem was slightly indented all around because of the teeth that had once held it. Those are the things that you can see the pipe stem. There were a lot of pipe stems there. This is also a foundational timber, and it's one of the ways that they were able to identify that this was Bradstreet's house, because you can see that it's burned. And we also found various kinds of melted things indicating that the house had burned down. Yeah. So that's a list of some of the things I found, but I also want to think about not just what we found, but what the land was saying to me. It's kind of a profound experience, to have your hands in that dirt. So the land has a history that is not about staring out the window and writing poetry. The white clay pipe fragments, the redware ceramics, the sewing assemblages, thimbles, needles, pins, and scissors that we found signal a domestic life continuous with the broader arc of New England colonial settlement. Yet underlying this domestic archive, which is the one that is the way that Bradstreet's poetry is typically read, is a different story. One that leads south and east from the hearth of North Indo over to a company I'll tell you about, the Atherton companies, who foreclosed on Narragansett lands, and this history stretches to the Sugar Islands of the Caribbean. Bradstreet's poem famously lament her husband Simon's absences and the loss of her children. Later, the poet John Berryman imagines her sitting by a fire in the grand dark of the New England winter, awaiting his return. So this is a pretty famous poem to my dear and loving husband. What I have learned, however, is that Simon Bradstreet was not a good man. Simon Bradstreet he owned sawmills. They had moved to Andover because he had started a sawmill there. He was one of the magistrates. He was a judge. Among other things he did was sentenced a woman to be burned at stake. He was one of the most powerful figures in Massachusetts. And above all, I would say he was a land speculator. And here I want to focus on just one of the many schemes that his hands were in. The Atherton Trading Company, also known as the Atherton Syndicate, was formed in 1659 around a partnership of Humphrey Atherton and John Winthrop Jr. These are, I will stress, 19th century renderings of Humphrey Atherton. Again, you can discern what the story they're meant to tell is, which is not the story that I am interested in telling today. So Atherton formed this company with John Winthrop Jr. And brought together some of the most influential land speculators in New England, including Simon Bradstreet. The Atherton Company acquired a mortgage on hundreds of thousands of acres of Narragansett land in Rhode Island. They did so in this very tricky way. The New England Confederation had said that the Narragansett people were subject to a fine for some trumped-up charge. The Atherton Company then purchased the debt from the New England Confederation and then foreclosed on it. So said, okay, we don't want your wampum. We're taking the land. So this was actually huge, a really huge deal. It may not sound like much to us, but this act of foreclosing on a mortgage was this was like a brand new thing, right? So there's a wonderful legal scholar named K. Sue Park who writes about the history of the mortgage. And what is fascinating is that mortgages were not, in fact, employed in England and then brought over to the New World to be used against indigenous people. They were, in fact, invented to be used against indigenous people and invented. This is one of the first. Simon Bradstreet is one of the first to do this, right? So in England, it was very, very difficult to alienate property because there was an understanding that people's property belonged in, there was a relationship between land and people, right? But when settler colonials came to North America, they were able to not understand that there was a relationship between land and the people who had lived there from time immemorial. And therefore, they began to use the mortgage. As Kesu Parks points out, the mortgage was not used as a way to give people credit. It was used as a way to dispossess people. That was its first instantiation. Okay, so one of the many extraordinarily heinous things about what Simon Bradstreet and company were doing was that they wanted this land in Narragansett, not because they wanted to live there, not because they wanted to settle there, but because it was very good grazing land for cattle. Okay, why did they want? This is how much land they. All the pink and the green, like a lot of land, right? That the Atherton Company foreclosed on. So they wanted this land because they wanted to raise cattle, because they could sell that cattle for a lot of money to Barbados. And they could sell that cattle to Barbados because Barbados, the settler colonials in Barbados, had just invented something called agricultural monoculture. They had begun to plant the sugar plantations, sugar economy in Barbados was the first major agricultural monoculture in the world. It's subsequently become completely normalized to us. That's Iowa. As a way in which crops are grown. But as you all know, there are some downsides to monoculture. In Barbados, the sugar became so lucrative that the enslavers didn't grow anything else except for sugar. And what that meant was that in order to get any food, they went to New England to get it. So these are... New England was actually financially supported, like completely supported. All of the so many institutions in Boston, including the Widener Library and Trinity Church, are all erected on land that was bought with money that New Englanders made from selling things to support the sugar economy in Barbados. So, and much of the deforestation. What happened in Barbados is that the land was completely deforested, so they needed wood. The wood all came from Massachusetts and New Hampshire, from Essex County. They needed food. The food came from fisheries in New England, and even worse, the fish that New England merchants sold in the Caribbean was known as refused fish, and the refused fish was fish that was either like slightly gone bad or in not good enough condition to be sold in England. But you could sell it in the Caribbean because enslavers fed it to enslaved people. So the second-rate fish, refused fish, was sent to the Caribbean, and the cattle was sent to the Caribbean. Now, the interesting thing about the cattle is that it wasn't just that they wanted beef. It was also that because the land, because of the monoculture, the soil had been so degraded that the only way they could grow anything is if they had lots and lots of manure, lots and lots of dung. And there was a manure shortage in Barbados because there weren't enough cattle. So I'm just going to read, this is from an enslaver in Barbados. In the 1660s, Edward Littleton, he writes, "The amassing of vast quantities of dung we must use is a mighty labor. We take all ways and means of raising dung, and we rake and scrape dung out of every corner. Some save the urine of their people, both whites and blacks, to increase and enrich their dung. I say, dung, 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 damn dung." Okay, so the cattle and the dung is a really big deal. So I'm fascinated by thinking about this like almost at the molecular level, right? So imagine that you have grass growing in the meadows of Narragansett, right? That land is dispossessed from the Narragansett that's been their ancestral land. Cattle are grazed on it, which is another like settler colonial technique of taking land away from indigenous people. The cattle eat the grass. They go to Barbados. They shit. Their dung gets spread on the fields. The fields grow sugarcane. The sugarcane is then processed and sent back to New England. In the 1660s, you could, and people did, pay their tuition at Harvard University in sugar. Sugar was the equivalent of currency at the time. It was also made into rum, which was then sold to indigenous people on credit, and then that credit was used to foreclose on their land. So that's making the molasses and putting it into hogsheads. Okay, so I want to just fill in a few more gaps before getting to the House of Seven Gables. So what was going on with the Atherton Company was like so many levels of skullduggery. It's incredible because they bought the mortgage from the New England Federation, and the colony of Rhode Island did not recognize the rights of the New England Federation to adjudicate that land. So the colony of Rhode Island said, no, this land actually belongs to the Narragansett. The Atherton Company, including Simon Bradstreet, said, well, guess what? We think that land is not part of Rhode Island. We think it's part of the colony of Connecticut, which was easy for them to do because the governor of Connecticut was one of their shareholders. And then they sent Simon Bradstreet to England to cozy up to the Crown authorities so that the Crown would then authorize the claim to the land. So you have 4 different theories of who owns the land and why going on, and the Atherton Company is playing every single side at the same time, right? Which shows you that the only thing that they believe in is getting their hands on the land, right? There is no authority of how the land is justly owned that somehow comes into a clash with indigenous economies. No, in fact, the possession of the land is invented in order to take the land away from the indigenous inhabitants of that land. Okay, so then the Metacom King Philip's War breaks out over a very similar issue with a land dispute. I mean, land dispute is putting it too mildly, but a similar kind of event that occurs with Metacom and the Wampanoag tribe, and Metacom's war ends up sort of authorizing, from the settler colonial side, genocidal action against the Narragansett, the Wampanoag, one effect of which is to, again, effect is the wrong word, but one event that occurred is that the British settler colonials become anxious about all Native American people in their midst, and they intern the tribal peoples living in the praying towns on Deer Island. Looking at Nick, who knows a lot about Deer Island. And so Deer Island becomes literally a concentration camp for Native Americans who had previously been shepherded into these praying towns. Hundreds die, and following the war, hundreds more indigenous people, Wampanoag, Narragansett, and others from the praying towns are sold into slavery in the Caribbean. So this sugar economy is is going in every direction, right, and thoroughly embedded in the ground that we are sitting on today. Right. Okay. So this is the House of Seven Gables, and if you know the plot of the House of Seven Gables, which you probably don't, it's about this long-standing feud between two families, the Pynchon family and the Mall family. And the Mall family are sort of like working-class white folks, and the Pynchons are hoity-toityer. And the Pynchons live in the House of Seven Gables, and the Pynchon relative has basically kind of stolen that land from the Malls by accusing the Malls of witchcraft. And the Malls have gotten their comeuppance by, in turn, having stolen a deed to, like, the entire state of Maine that the Pynchons had signed with Sagamores. And they steal the deed and they hide it. So the Pynchons keep thinking that if they can only find this deed, they're going to be, like, so Welch, but so rich, but they're already rich, so it doesn't really matter. So there's this long feud, and then along comes the sort of generation that the novel is about, and the two families are embodied in Phoebe, who's like this lovely ray of sunshine, who's the Pynchon heir, and Matthew Mall, who's like kind of a dark guy, but it turns out he's okay because Phoebe falls in love with him. And so Phoebe and so the Pynchons and the Mall unite at the end, happily ever after, heterosexual marriage. And then the deed is discovered, the Indian deed. It's been hidden in the wall. But at this point, it no longer matters because it's so old that it's just a piece of paper that nobody cares about, right? The Maine has been settled, and so on and so forth. But so this story, this is the inside of the House of Seven Gables, is exactly what happens with the Atherton Company, right? So you have this huge debate over who owns it, then you have a war, and then by then it doesn't really matter anymore because any claim to an Indian deed is so long in the past that the whole story is erased, like neutron bomb erased, right? And so I kind of read the House of Seven Gables as that neutron bomb. You know, it erases the whole history of that claim to indigenous land. I'm happy to see that some of my former students who've read this with me are like, yes. So I'll close there by saying that this is the House of Seven Gables today. You can visit it in Salem for $26. You can go inside and look around. And this is a house that Hawthorne never lived in. It was built by Captain John Turner, who erected it in the 1660s because he got rich selling refused fish to Barbados. In the 19th century, one of the women who curated the house retrofitted it to make it look like the house in the novel. So this is supposed to be Hepzibah's shop, if you know the novel, which was never part of the house in the first place. So I want to close by saying that the fictional House of Seven Gables has now been rendered real, and the Indian deed has now been rendered fictional. This is a real Indian deed that we read together with these materials in my class. I just want to say we can still read these deeds. It does exist. It is there. And we can read the fictionality of this house. Thank you.
This on? Okay. Thanks so much, Uta, for convening this panel. Thanks so much to my panelists, Smith and Getty, for joining me here today. Thanks to all of you for being here. I didn't quite catch the list of everybody who was sponsoring the show today, this morning, but I gather that includes the Reckonings Project, the Humanities Center here, and possibly others. So thanks. And especially a tremendous thanks to Gordon for putting together this extraordinary event.
This morning helped a lot.
And Getty and Diana as well. But the panel this morning was really quite exceptional. I'm just honored to be part of the discussion today. I think I should have introduced myself first. I'm Alan Niles. I'm a lecturer teaching English at Harvard University. I'm a scholar of early modern Atlantic literature and culture. I work on the history of the book, media history, archives, and early manuscript cultures. Since moving to the Boston area, I've done a lot of my research and teaching on early colonialism in this region. And the presentation I'm going to give today extends out of some teaching I've been doing the last few years, a course that is actually researching Harvard's own history of land ownership. For me, the sort of personal impetus for this came out of looking into Harvard's institutional archives and coming across a letter from one of the Plaintown communities saying, "We are not willing to sell you our lands," and then coming across a deed for the same lands signed a month later. So that led to some conversations with the history department, Phil Deloria, who teaches there, also with the Harvard University Native American program, has led to a class that is getting students to actually do the work of researching Harvard's historic ties to colonialism and native dispossession. So today I'm not going to sort of present student work, but I'm going to talk about a couple of connected threads that have come out of being involved in this research and teaching. One of which is sort of in the context of today's colloquium, the need to go back to the history of the law when we want to understand histories of property ownership succession. As Elizabeth was talking about with Casey Park's work on mortgages and mortgage foreclosure, it's not so much the case that English colonists bring over or import an established system of for a legal system for real property, but rather that they kind of invent a new one on the ground here. So that's sort of includes the invention of mortgage foreclosure, includes the creation, really in a departure from England at the time, of something that could be called a market for land. Also includes the creation of land as an instrument of speculative investment, right? Land becomes kind of like a 17th century crypto that you can sort of buy and sell on the expectation that it's going to gain in value. Also, the creation of a system for recording real property, right? So today, if you buy a house in Massachusetts, you go to the county court and record your deed or registered land. You're sort of following an institution that was established very early on in colonial history here, something that really did not exist in England by shape or form. And England has actually never quite gotten around to recording all of its land. There's no sort of centralized government space that keeps track of title in the way that they do in the US. Tracking the history of property, tracking the history of the law, very often, though not always, you come back to some kind of document that purports to be a commercial transaction between colonists and native peoples, right? What is often called an Indian deed, often stands at the starting point of any kind of chain of title extending to the present day. Of course, property rights derive from sovereignty, right? So anytime you encounter a document like this, you have to raise the question, whose law, right? Whose understandings of real property or ways of living with the land are actually in play in the creation of a document of this kind? And I take it that when we look at Indian deeds from the colonial period, what we're actually looking at are very fraught negotiations over sovereignty and the scope and the extension of the law, always, however, masked in a language of commercial transfer, right? An agreement, a sale agreement between parties. So there's a way in which these early Indian deeds kind of script a history of the law, but they script it wrongly, right? They project the existence of an established system for the legal transfer of property that it is actually their work to call into being. Another thing that has come out of teaching this class is a kind of awareness of the really peculiar status of early legal documents like Indian deeds in what we could call the kind of collective historical memory of colonialism. Modern narratives, both popular and scholarly, of what happened in the past refer obsessively to early legal documents rarely, if ever, bringing those forward for a particularly close examination. So I'm sort of interested in the way that remembering and forgetting get around early legal documents, the ways that they script their own scenes of misremembrance. And in particular, it's relevant for popular narratives around the early Massachusetts past. The ways in which early legal documents were created as a part of a program of imposing a mythology of colonialism in which colonists came over with good intentions for native people and subsequently set up laws that would treat them fairly. So in this presentation, I'm going to just talk about a couple examples of ways that historic documents, or legal documents, get activated as scripts of historical misremembrance. And I'm going to focus in slightly greater detail on a particular example that relates to King Philip's War, as we are celebrating the 350th, or not celebrating, mourning the 350th anniversary of that catastrophic conflict. So I'm going to be focusing on colonial texts and colonial ideologies. At the very end of the presentation, I'm going to bring in a native author text as well that I believe gives us a particularly clear critique of the colonial ideology that their laws were set up in a way to treat natives fairly. What I put up on the screen is an image from a pageant. This is from a town founding day kind of thing that still gets celebrated in towns around Massachusetts today, although I think with your Puritan pilgrim costumes, hats and buckles and that kind of thing. This particular one was held in Lancaster in 1912. According to the written description of this event, all the whites present at this gathering got together to sing a psalm out of the Bay Psalm book. They were then met by Indians, of course, actually white performers in red face, who advanced upon them with tenders of friendship. And I think that's the figure in the front on the left of the image there. After exchanging gifts, including a sharing of a jug of rum, they all sat down to sign a deed together. There's a lot to say about this kind of performance. What I'm particularly interested in this example is the focus on the deed as the kind of centerpiece of the ceremony. That's particularly bizarre given that Lancaster is a town that actually does not have an Indian deed. All they have is a kind of oral memory of a founding moment when colonists and natives supposedly came together and shared that jug of rum, exchanged gifts in some way with one. But that has been transmuted over time into a kind of retrospective memory of some kind of sale that supposedly took place, and even a sort of imagination that there must have been some kind of written document that actually obviously never existed. Nowadays, we don't engage in quite the same kind of colonial cosplay, but I'm interested in some of the ways that this kind of scene of collective misremembrance of colonial origins gets translated into other narrative and discursive spaces. So this is a little screenshot from the City of Cambridge website, an account, a brief history of Cambridge, Mass. That was put together by the Cambridge Historical Commission that includes a brief description of Cambridge's Indigenous history. There's a lot to say about why this is not a good account of Indigenous history in Cambridge. I'm just going to quickly seize on the language that's included here about deeds. The English colonists, this account tells us, secured a deed from the female chief of the Massachusetts tribe who was living at the confluence of Alewife Brook and Mystic River. In 1640, the General Court ordered that she be paid about £23 for the land occupied by Cambridge and Watertown, and given a quote every year during her lifetime. This is also quite a bizarre statement to make, given that Cambridge also does not actually have a deed to town lands. All that there is this governmental order from 1640 that insists that this particular female leader be given a payment. And it includes this particularly unusual line about the annual gift of a coat. It's not unreasonable to suppose that there might have been some kind of written document produced at this time that is now lost. That's the conclusion that many readers of these records come to. However, it is striking that among whatever discussion took place in 1640, there was this agreement to make an annual payment, or what in native terms would be understood as a tribute payment, each year. This sounds an awful lot like an imposition of a native system of land tenure in which a lesser sachem makes an annual payment to a greater sachem in return for permission to reside upon an occupied piece of land. In actual fact, what the records tell us is that something like this negotiation over English versus native understandings of protocols around land tenure subsequently unfolded. So the particular female leader, whose name we do not know, even though she appears in many colonial documents, including I think that deed that you just showed at the end there. She shows up before governmental authorities in 1641, in 1642, and again in 1643, each time demanding a kind of payment of tribute. In each time she appears before the authorities in Boston, she's directed to go back to the city of Cambridge. Right? So what seems to be happening in this back and forth over these multiple years is a native leader who is insisting that she has made some kind of a treaty agreement with English authorities that they have approached as equals. And what Boston authorities are saying in return is, no way, what happened was a property transfer within our system of law. Right, so go back to the particular of the city of. So this is actually one of the sort of clearest spaces in early colonial records where we can actually see a native leader insisting that native custom and protocols around land tenure should be respected. Again, it's not exactly what we would call a deed. I'm going to shift a little bit away from land in the next section of this presentation. I want to focus on a particular question around the law and King Philip's War as it relates to another early colonial document or source, we could say, that is constantly activated and misremembered in public memory. And I am going to show a racist image. However, I believe it is one that all of you will have seen before and will be quite familiar with. So this is the Massachusetts coat of arms, which is featured on the state seal of Massachusetts. It's featured on the state flag of Massachusetts. Until recently, it was the logo of UMass Amherst. Until very recently, with the rollout of Real IDs, it was also on Massachusetts driver's licenses. There's a kind of committee ongoing work to withdraw this particular image and replace it with something else. Maybe there are people here who know more about that process than I do. I'm not sort of plugged into what's happening there. It's hopefully going to cease to be the state seal. We'll see something else in its place, but at least for now, it is still sort of the official Massachusetts state logo. And it derives from an earlier colonial image that was used to accompany legal documents, either through sealing on wax seals to authenticate official documents, or at a slightly later date. It was printed in a sort of printed image you see on the right. And I'll just mention that when this image gets reinvented in the 19th century, the model that's used for the current native man who appears on our state flag is actually an Anishinaabe man. So it's completely erasing sort of local indigenous history. So it's quite bizarre, right? A lot of scholars have written about the colonial seal of Massachusetts. There's a great deal of writing about this. It's frequently referenced, visually reproduced images in scholarly books, articles. There's an extensive essay on the colony seal that was written about 14 years ago by Kathy Rex in the American Quarterly. It's received a substantial amount of discussion. There's been maybe always with the idea that we can understand this image as a particularly privileged emblem or representation of colonial ideologies, right? So their relations to Native people and what they thought about the colonial project. There's been a little bit less conversation in the scholarship about the modern state seal and the ways in which that might be an emblem for modern colonialism as that continues and unfolds in relation to Native people of this region today. The funny thing about this seal is that for its first few decades, it probably wouldn't have had much of an impact on colonists. There are only about 3, I believe, surviving documents before King Philip's War where the colony seal appears. In every case, it's impressed in wax, right? So small. And actually very difficult to make out what you're looking at, right? So this is an actual sort of wax impression. I strongly suspect that there were only a very small number of people in the colony in Massachusetts who ever saw this image, and I suspect that many of them who did see it weren't completely aware of what they were looking at when I look at that. So there is some kind of an ideology around colonialism and the representation of Native peoples that is sort of there at the founding point of the Massachusetts colony. But whatever that is, it doesn't sort of result in the wide circulation or distribution of this image. Scholars have always understood that what makes this image historically significant and important is that it starts to be printed and distributed in a much more visible and legible form through its inclusion on printed colony logs. When this question of sort of how that happens and when that begins has come up, the answer has always been that is in the year 1672. I'm going to get a little bit pedantic and picky and do some sort of old school bibliographic work and say that that's not correct, and that actually that this colony seal was printed and produced for the first time as King Philip's War broke out and was unfolding in 1675, and that the widespread circulation of the seal was in response to that conflict. But the reason that it has always been, the printed colony seal has always been associated with the year 1672 is because there's a book that bears the date 1672 that seems to have the seal in it. This is a collection of the colony laws. It's a big, hefty volume, right? Sort of a compendium of all of the laws of Massachusetts in one volume. It bears the publication date 1672. And right next to the title page, there you have that image of the Native person on the colony seal. Only thing is, if you know something about how early modern books are made, this is going to raise some questions about what you're looking at. Why is the colony seal actually not on the title page itself, right? There's a kind of visual convention that we still work with today. We expect that any kind of governmental or company logo is going to go on the title page itself. It's sort of built into the design. This particular image here, it's pretty clear, is not integral to the design of the title page, which is the last thing that the printer makes when they produce a book of this kind. Right? And in fact, if you look at different copies of this book, you start to see some weird things happening with this colony seal. Some copies don't have the colony seal at all. Some of them have the seal when I'm showing it facing the title page. And others, the colony seal moves to a different page. It can be on the front of that left-hand page, right? So the other side, there's no way I could sort of photograph and show you the relation there. Sometimes it gets stamped, not printed, but stamped on the back of the title page. So it's sort of wandering around this volume. What that tells you is that you're looking at an element of the design that was added retrospectively, right? Sort of at some point after the book was initially printed. That raises a question, where else we find the colony seal in early colonial printing. Turns out that the Massachusetts government prints session laws in 1672, 1673, 1674, and the spring of 1675, all without including the colony seal. Then, as the fighting of the Civil War breaks out in the summer of 1675, there's a first. What's that?
I'm sorry, I was agreeing with you.
Right, so, yeah, so war breaks out, you get a broadside, an order issued by the legislature, seal on it. There's also sort of additional evidence that this colony seal leaf or image was not included with the original 1672 publication of the colony laws, because we know that a batch of 190 copies of the 1672 colony laws were sent to England in 1674, where they were sold on the English book market. So we think about sort of curiosities, I guess. People were interested in what was happening in America. But of those English copies of the 1672 laws, none of them include the colony seal. So we can be reasonably confident that whatever was sent to England didn't include that image. So the earliest publication, possibly the first appearance of the colony seal in print, is on a broadside that was published in August of 1675. This is a broadside, which means it's a single sheet of paper that has been printed on a single side for the purpose that it can be publicly posted, right, in public places, right? So it's something as a poster. We know that this is what colonists actually did with their laws, right? They sort of posted them up around town in Boston when they were published as broadsides like this. I strongly suspect, again, that this was the first time that most colonists had ever seen this image, and I suspect that it was the first time that Native people in this region saw this image too, and I suspect that Native people in this region did see this image because it's about them. Something new also gets added to this printed image of the colony seal that was not there on the original sort of seal of Massachusetts that was used to stamp earlier official documents. There's a kind of proto-speech bubble, or what would technically be called a banderole, literally a scroll of writing that is unfurling from the native person's mouth. It's pretty hard to make out on the image. I promise you, if you actually sort of look at it up close, you can read what it says.
See it from here.
But what it says is, come over and help us. So this is a novel addition to the colony seal. On the original colony seal, I think that the native person represented was kind of just a generic native person, right? They're kind of allegorical representation of America generally, of the sort that you often see in the early modern representations of the New World. On this particular image, this colony seal was published in 1675. The native person has specifically become a local native person, a friend Indian, right? One of those locally allied native peoples who have supposedly invited colonists over and with gratitude for their benevolent wishes. The 1675 text not only represents local native peoples for the first time in colonial print, it also addresses them in its text. For the security of the English people of Massachusetts and for the Indians that are amity in them, this order declares, it will henceforth be necessary for all native people in Massachusetts to confine themselves to one of the 5 largest praying towns, Wampanoag, Assinamessett, Neshoba, Wamasett. This is the first step on the road towards the internment on Deer Island that Elizabeth was talking about earlier. It was America's first internment camp or concentration camp. The first step is to confine native people within these discreetly defined bounds. Moreover, this law's text tells us, it will henceforth be legally valid for English people to extrajudicially kill native people. So sort of an authorization to commit war crimes. And according to the text, it shall be lawful for any person, whether English or Indian, that shall find any Indian traveling or skulking in any of our woodlands or woods, contrary to the limits above named, to command them under their guard and examination, or to kill and destroy them as best they may or can. The council hereby declaring that it would be most acceptable to them that none be killed or wounded that are willing to surrender themselves into custody. So there's a kind of torturous language here that I think is swinging wildly between a kind of benevolence and extreme violence.
That's so eerily.
Minutes? Okay, great. I'm going to wrap up. I think it's significant that this image first saw circulation in 1675 in response to the outbreak and unfolding of King Philip's War. I also think it's significant that someone, possibly a bookseller named John Usher, thought that they needed to go back and insert in an earlier published volume, 1672 Laws, this image that was only produced at a later date. And I read that as a kind of emblem for this kind of retrospective rescripting of the law that we see in so many places when it comes to history of legal documents in colonial England. I'm just going to end by quickly pointing to one of the many ways in which Native people in early Massachusetts fought against, protested the imposition of an English colonial legal regime. This is a petition to the King of England that was submitted by the Harvard-educated Nipmuc man John Wampus in 1679. And so actually only a few years after the colony seal that I was showing you. There's a lot in this document, but Wampus was involved in a kind of legal dispute of his own over property that he believed was rightfully his, both within an indigenous system of land tenure and within English inheritance laws. So that's sort of what's motivating him here. But he rises from his own personal case to utter a kind of general complaint against the laws of England. Your petitioner and other native Indians there inhabiting in New England are miserably comprised within the laws made by the English, calculated only for their particular advantage. And Wampus is using that word comprised, I think, in a now archaic sense that means essentially encircle or enclose, but also cover over. So I think he's sort of capturing the ways in which Native peoples were brought before English legal systems, both as subjects and as outsiders. And in his spatial imagination, I think he's capturing something of the sense of confinement, being hemmed in, and overwhelmed by English colonists and their laws together. I'll stop there. Thanks so much.
If I stand up and walk around as a philosopher, I'm like a nun. I can't sit down. Halito, Sahuchi Paya at Getty. My name's Getty. I'm an assistant teaching professor in the Department of Philosophy and Religion. I'm also associate director of the Humanities Center here at Northeastern. I'll say a little bit about myself, and then I have like a brief idea of what I want to talk about, and I think I want to make it a little more conversational. So first of all, I should say I'm an enrolled member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Trained as a philosopher, which is also a weird thing as a Native person. I was the 19th Native American to get a PhD in philosophy in the U.S. So not very many of us around. We usually tend to shy away from philosophy. So that is to say, I wasn't trained as a specialist in Native American thought. I was trained as someone who was a specialist in 18th century philosophy, primarily writing on what I like to refer to as, well, I write primarily on dead French women. Was trained in. But since coming to Northeastern, I started to teach a class in Indigenous philosophy. I have a few of my students here now. And it's been an opportunity for me to explore Native American and Indigenous thought from the perspective of a philosopher, and then also try to ask myself and figure that out through the process, like what exactly the role of philosophy is in the context of trying to understand and articulate Native American and Indigenous thought. Because I think as a Native person who's navigating academia, it's not as if we're the only people to think about it this way, but I've always thought about it as like, okay. I've always thought about like, I should do this insofar as I can be of use in some kind of way, right? So then the question is, you know, what can philosophy do in this context? And I've come to think that the role of philosophy, it's not a distinctive role necessarily, but the role that I can play as a philosopher is trying to critique, articulate, and defend cultural knowledge, right? So, and I think that people are up to other things, so Alan's up to a lot of language persistent stuff that's really important. Gordon's helping on that, but Gordon's also, you know, writing pretty stuff for all of us to read. Among other things. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about the notion of sovereignty, right? It's one of the big notions in the context of this talk. And I think some of the people will know this, some might not know this, but the idea of sovereignty itself is a pretty troubling notion in the context of Native American and Indigenous thought. Because, of course, sovereignty is a Western concept, right? And it has certain types of associations with it. So why don't we do this like I'm teaching a class, right? So when you think about the idea of sovereignty, one of the terms that comes to mind, which is another term that's in the title, is self-determination. What do you think about when you think about the idea of sovereignty as self-determination? Like, what other associations come to mind? Freedom? Self-governance? Property?
Self-sufficiency.
Self-sufficiency? That's a nice one. Right? Now you think about it, like, let's pick up that notion, the idea of self-sufficiency. Let's, like, unpack that a little bit more. Like, what does it mean to be self-sufficient, usually when you use that term? Let's think about the word more.
Self, for yourself.
Sure, those are instances of it for sure. Independence, right? They're being self-contained in some kind of way. To be self-sufficient is to be self-contained, to not require anything outside of yourself, right? Of course, you're going to be like involved in other things, but they're sort of contingent. Right? You don't require that. You're fully self-sufficient. You're fully independent, free, and so on. Right? Now, typically, when we use the language of sovereignty, we mean something like that, some kind of like self-sufficiency thing, right? And usually, when we're talking about sovereignty within a legal framework, what it would mean to be sovereign is to be self-sufficient, right? What does that mean? Well, it means like having complete control or autonomy over whatever one's is, and also having clear and firm boundaries about what exactly belongs to one rather than someone else. Right? And the whole goal of the whole sort of aim of the legal framework is to articulate that. Articulate boundaries and borders so that we can clearly define who belongs to what, right? Such that the parties in question can be self-sufficient. Now, of course, right, there's all kinds of reasons why you would want to think about sovereignty that way. First of all, for, as is pointed out, purposes of land dispossession, but also because it helps you arbitrate conflict in a very clear and distinct way. Now, the problem is, of course, that that's a very particular conception of what it means to be self-sufficient, self-determining. There are other ways of thinking about what it means to be self-determining that don't imply the same sort of independence, exclusivity, separateness. How else might you think about it? Like if we're trying to think about what it means to be self-sufficient but not taking on those associations, what might you think?
Probably not.
Well, in order to understand what we mean for something to be self-sufficient, we have to understand what a self is, such that it could be sufficient. Well, it seems like the going idea of self-sufficiency seems to imply a particular way of viewing the person as independent, separate, exclusive, firm boundary lines, and so on. Problem. We native folk don't think about persons like that. That's weird. How do we think about persons? Well, inextricably interconnected. How you define an individual is partially defined by the community of which they're a part. The relationships between the communities that they live around that are not a part of, the land that gave birth to them, and so on. Okay. Well, if you think about persons in that sense, then you have a pretty different notion of what it means to be self-sufficient. What kind of idea of self-sufficiency would follow from that? Unity?
To make contributions.
Being able to make a contribution? I like that. So one is a self insofar as one's part of a community, able to make a contribution in some sense. What else? Relationality. Well, it's to be oneself in the fullest sense of the term, from a native perspective, is to be in relation, to be in community. Be contributing in some kind of way. What's implied from that? Well, if one is not doing those things, one is not a self. Simply isn't the case. So it seems that if you have a conception of sovereignty as self-sufficiency or self-determination, it would look quite a bit different. It would look something more like relationality, community, learning to relate to one another in a good way. Problem. Western legal frameworks don't encapsulate that notion very well. Further problem. How do we as Native American and Indigenous folks navigate that fact? Now, there are prudential reasons for, of course, battling within the system that's provided. Reasons for which are obvious. Protections of land rights, and so on. And we have a whole team of folks, Native folks, that are raised up in the traditions of law on their own, and also the Western legal framework in order to do battle for us in the courts. Good reasons. Problem. All the while we do that, we get further and further away from the fact that that idea is not really our own. So what does that mean? Not that that work shouldn't be done, but that it's important for some of us to recognize that these notions are not our own. Now then, it's interesting to think about, well, if we can't think about self-determination or self-sufficiency or sovereignty ultimately in a Western legal framework, and we have to think about it something more like relationality, community, like so on, How do we learn about that? Well, it turns out we have stories that tell us all about it. And on top of that, these stories have been issued to us from the land. So then, when we think about sovereignty or self-determination from the perspective of Native American and indigenous folks, we should ultimately be thinking about the land. Why? Because it's the land that teaches us how to relate to one another, to be in community, to contribute, and so on. Now, by returning to the land is able to teach us these things, which is then able to help us further articulate to ourselves what it means to be self-determining, such that we don't have to go back to the stories that are written down by anthropologists about us 100 years ago, some of which were interesting or just weird. The archive is important. We have to understand where we are, or where we came from, but the tools for coming to understand what it is to be a sovereign and self-determining people are right in front of us all the time. Each other. And so, in that way, that was just an exercise of what philosophy can do. I think as a philosopher approaching these kinds of issues, this is what it's gotten me to think about the ways in which, as Native American indigenous peoples, we've had to navigate these systems that are not our own, at the same time as continuing to come to realize and co-create ourselves for the future. So, all I got to say, I guess.
Thank you so much. And we have plenty of time for questions from the audience now. Any questions that you have for all three or for any of our speakers who gave us additional food for thought this afternoon? Why don't I give the three of you a chance to respond to one another? And I hope you guys in the audience in the meantime will think about what questions you might want to articulate. I think there was quite a bit of resonance across the three presentations, conversation sparking presentations that we just heard. And I'm just wondering, Elizabeth, Ellen, Getty, whether you want to say something in response to one another.
Yeah. My question is rather general, I guess. So it seems to me what's intersecting here in some way, in a very general way, including related to the topic of, one of the topics of the Colloquium, is this notion of writing and how much faith or lack thereof we place in the written document as being sort of the truth that will determine how we look at history or historical moments or the relationships between people who might not have the same kind of views or philosophical positions and how they see themselves. So all of you are sort of working with these, this notion of, Beth and in particular, with this notion of how we're looking at these written documents recorded, held in archives. I'm just wondering if you have a response to my general question about that. Like, how does writing play into this view of what we view as evidence and truth in this regard, I guess you could say?
That's something I've thought about a lot, so I really appreciate you bringing it up. And not that I have any profound answers, but I do think that there are two things that I want to say. One is that I was trying to get at a little bit what, I don't know how well I did, but what the experience of being on that archaeological dig was like. It's very different to materially encounter these, hold things in your hand and And also that, I was trying to get at the sense of, when I was saying that the land itself was telling me something rather than that I was like taking something from it. And what it was telling me was that there is this material history there. And that material history is not the same thing as our written histories. So I think that sense of what is the materiality of these of thinking about these places. I don't know. It's something that I've been spending a lot of time thinking about lately, particularly in the built environment of Boston, and what it means to walk across. I think a lot of about, for instance, Emerson's account of walking across the Boston Common. He says, "I walk across a bare common, and then I become a transparent eyeball," and that's his, this big revelation.
Yeah.
Put that next to the image of over 50 indigenous people being hung to death there following King Philip's War, right? But how can that common ever be bare, right? So what does it mean to see that as that place as bare, right? If you go there, and so anyway, I think there's something about thinking about where we are and how we inhabit it in these material terms. And the second thing that I would say is that I didn't really have time to say much about this, but perhaps thinking also about the relation of what I was saying and about Alan's talk, that so this course the capstone is called The Poetics of the Archive, so we're spending a lot of time in the archive. But one of the things that matters about the archive is actually its materiality, right? And so what it means to read an archival document is not at all the same thing of what it means to read a printed transcript of it. And so to read, and we talk a lot about what it means to read diagonally, which is a term that Marisa Fuentes uses, and reading diagonally is, means reading in relationship to the interface between language and materiality, right? It's never not there, and it's possible to read for that without reading in some of the ways that AI tells us to read.
Thank you.
Thanks for the great question. There's so much to say about this. I'm a scholar who teaches English, who thinks that Western culture pathologically overvalues certain forms of written language, right? Which is not to say I don't care about literature. I don't literature, but I think we always have to be skeptical about which forms of language get privileged or accorded a privileged relation to truth. Yeah, I would absolutely echo what Elizabeth was saying about being someone who cares about the written word and history, and also being attentive to our relationships to place. And for me, that's sort of an experience moving to this region where I have family ties but didn't grow up, sort of learning the land and its histories. Yeah, it's really tricky. My scholarly background is in sort of working with archival materials and being sort of really nitty gritty and precise about the details of documents and what we can sort of unlock from looking closely. That's actually another reason that I'm drawn to colonial New England archives, because these have been studied in many cases very thoroughly, but in many cases by sort of 19th century Puritan venerating Anglo types who were really pretty amateur in the ways that they approach these materials and sort of put them into circulation as a particular version of historical truth. At the same time, I don't want to approach these materials, which so often relate to colonial indigenous relations, from a kind of particular privileged position of knowing the truth of I don't think we get clarity necessarily when we dive into documents. Sometimes we get the opposite in terms of understanding the history of what happened. And, you know, the question of relations and connections whenever we're trying to do this work is so important.
I mean, both of these responses were, you know, I'm not sure if I have much to add. Just, I mean, I think like there's obviously the written word is important from the perspective of someone who might be interested in like early colonial history and understanding, like, you know, 'cause that's like, this is the source base. I think like I have like an ambivalent relationship with writing in a contemporary context. There's a way in which like, I think from, it's like, I don't know if Ellen thinks about her work differently, but I think like one of the things that's powerful about Ellen's work on language persistence is like, we're cataloging the language, that's cool, but it's for the purposes of hopefully speaking to one another, right? So that the language can continue to live, right? And like, Gordon, I don't know, is, at least from my perspective, is writing for the purposes of sharing that with others in speech, right? And so I think like just speaking as like a, not necessarily not speaking from the perspective of a scholar, but speaking from the perspective of like just an indigenous person, the way in which like, I don't know if writing is the best way to encapsulate our knowledges and our stories always, because of all of the things that everyone is aware of, or writing rarefies things and so on. So, well, I'm ambivalent about writing about these issues.
Open follow-up, but I just want
Me next.
Thanks very much for the panel.
Yeah,
Saying also who you are? Oh, it's not just, yeah, it's about the panel. But thank you.
Hi, everybody. Very key question.
Also, rugby, digital.
One of the things I heard in your discussions was methodology, and how very important this epistemic border crossing that you do is to the work of sizing, understanding deeper lineages of thought. And I wanted to appreciate you all for that. And I think it has so much to do with the reality of being that you're recuperating the archaeological dig. I have a question for granite, Austin. We used to mine granite, but we'll save that. Alan, I really appreciate how you were still in tracing the ways in which it became a history, or it marked a contested history. And I have a question for you about private property and how problematic it is as a construction. And Getty, what I appreciated about your talk as well is that you started with your educational journey. And you're indicating there's so much about border crossing, and how it is that you have been placing yourself and replacing yourself in conversation with philosophers and with students and generalists to be able to. So I think there's a really interesting methodology of border that all of you are engaging in. So this is a comment, it's not a question. I just wanted to appreciate basically say thank you for replacing and helping us replace and understand through your
My hand, is that okay?
Thank you. My name is Duffy. I work here. I was really interested in obviously there's the through line of writing and what writing is prioritized and kept and destroyed and all of that, and how integral memory plays a part into that, into what we are able to remember. And from the first panel earlier today, they were talking about how in the Wampanoag language, hell isn't a fiery place of pain. It is it is the place of the empty skull. because to not be in connection with the memory or the active knowledge of yourself, your community, you know, yourself being in terms of your relation to your community, how that is like the ultimate worst thing in the world. And then how you were talking, Alan, about intentional misremembering of text, not just in forgetting, but in the rewriting of it, beyond just the fact that obviously we have so many more documents from colonial Boston than we cared to keep and archive of the nations that are here and were here. But I was interested you were talking about the seal specifically and the misremembering by going back and placing the seal. Obviously that seal can mean so many things. It can not only be, you know, a cartoonification of a people, just in the same way we saw, you know, slaves represented, cartoonified a lot to dull the blade of what was actually happening. But I was wondering what in your mind is the prevalent reasoning for that when there are so many obvious reasonings? What do you see as the reason why Massachusetts wanted to attach itself to the symbol of a Native individual, and what purpose that served in passing laws?
Thanks for that question. You're making me realize I didn't really talk about what people have said about so I mean, maybe I should have, you know, summarized a little bit. Well, maybe I'll just say two things about that, right? I mean, one is, you know, why do we have the seal today? Right? A sort of conscious 19th century decision to recreate this image, right? And I take it that that's it's a misreading of the seal itself, and as well as a misreading of the broader history. Right, to support a kind of narrative of Puritan colonists coming over with goodwill towards Native people, right? So again, this sort of romance fantasy of fair dealing. You know, that 19th century decision to incorporate this image, right, stems from this idea that there's something going on in the earlier colonial seal that stands in for this good treatment of Native people. I think that something similar to that is probably happening in 1675 when this image, I think that's entered circulation for the first time. But it might be a little bit more specific than that, right? I think that sort of banner, that speech banner, "Come over and help us," right, is specifically appealing to a particular idea that colonists came in as, you know, saviors for a benighted people who needed the Christian religion, who were struggling without it. And that because of that sort of earlier history of supposedly being invited into the country, the fact that Native people at that very moment in time are fighting against the English puts them in the position of traitors, rather than a kind of alliance in opposition to, you know, sort of invaders in their country.
Interesting.
Hi, my name is Brendan. I'm a master's student here at Northeastern. I also went here for undergrad for CS, and I just kind of wanted to continuing the conversation just around written history and the misremembering through that, and how much to trust a lot of that written history. I just wanted to kind of dive deeper into that and ask, like, you guys in your experience, how has dealing with a lot of that archival work and a lot of that written history, like, how have you found that unwritten history sort of interacts with the work that you've done? Like, you talked a bit about, obviously, the excavation, feeling how different that experience was compared to searching through archives. But obviously, you've got oral history, you've got songs, you've got so many other ways of keeping history that, you know, are so different from how a lot of written history was, because so much of that was documented and written by, by the colonizers who were here. So I was just curious, all three of you, if, any other experiences that you have just with non-written history interacting with your work, or just experiencing that, any insights you might have from that specifically.
I actually want to follow up on that because I have the same question and was also struck by what you were saying before and by what Camille Madison showed us this morning, that even when it is a text that is as difficult and in some sense Western as the Bible, because of oral traditions, there is actually an ability, after language is nearly not known anymore, to show that there is actually a different philosophical system at work. And she really demonstrated that to us succinctly this morning. So like you, I would also love to hear from all of you some reflection on, we talked about the material as being important, but also isn't it in a sense the case that none of you could do the work that you are doing if there weren't also, in spite of it all, the strength of oral traditions that actually allowed ultimately a critical stance of the kind that you guys are talking. So like the other speakers, I would love to hear from each of you about that as well. Elizabeth, can I turn to you first?
So I'm sort of, I guess my response is to maybe not draw such a strict line between the written and the non-written, because I think that I think a lot has to do with how we read, and what it means to read in various ways, and I don't think, there's often this idea that things are missing from the archive, or the archive is written by the winners, or that sort of thing. But the archive is full of stuff, and it's full of stuff that the archivist didn't mean to put there, and that is there anyway. And so, in that sense, I think that reading. Again, I'm a little bit repeating myself, but reading for the materiality of the document, which it was what Alan is doing with the seal. Instead of saying, here's this document, the document is a kind of record of a living performance, right? Of the way that has passed from hand to hand, and that includes who made the paper, how the paper was made, who circulated it, who printed it, who bought it, who chewed on it, what all of that history has a relationship to the archive. So yes to oral materials, also visual materials, I think are huge, but it has to do with, for me, as much with thinking about reading as a kind of a almost like a scene or a performance, rather than just a sort of transfer of information.
Would it be fair to say that reading could be relational?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think that reading any text is a series of embodied relations. All of those. That's one reason why book history is so generative, because it's sort of asking us to look at those histories and to say, that every single one of these is staging a set of relations. And when we delve into those relations, we start understanding about, what is shared, what is contested, what is erased, what is,
Yes.
Yeah.
And in building those relationships, we're creating a living archive.
I'm sorry, but I have to, somebody else? Sorry. Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead. No, good.
I like Ellen, want to thank you. These are just great presentations from everyone. And I wasn't really trying to pose writing as against the oral tradition or anything like that in the question. I think part of it, looking at the archive, really came to me as I was listening to you was that if a document exists throughout time, and people looking at different time periods can critique the genealogy of the document in a way that establishes the kind of relationality you're talking about, but also gives us a perspective on the ideologies of the time period as well as perhaps our own looking at it. So that's really kind of where I was leaning into, not so much against orality. But if I may, I was also thinking in terms of literature, American Indian literature in particular. I was thinking of two examples that may or may not illustrate what I'm saying. I hope they do. One is from Housemaid of Dawn and Scott Mominay. And this all kind of points back to colonial structures, even I would say to the doctrine of discovery in some way. When they're trying Abel, who's killed someone, he's in trial, right? The trial scene in Housemaid of Dawn. They have two people testifying or speaking on his behalf. One is a priest, the other is a legal mind. They're in conversation. And so that sort of doctrine of discovery, there's this, the legalities of that sort of informed by religion and sovereignty in the monarch at the same time. So what Abel says at the end, when they're trying to figure out why he killed, he says he realized that word by word, they were using the law to destroy him in some way. And he didn't feel bad about being destroyed, but in the end, he felt bad about how they were treating themselves and using language that way. And so he was ashamed for them, what they were doing. In a way, what I'm hearing, I'm kind of ashamed for American culture and history for the way that word by word they've tried to dispossess and, how would you say it, eradicate, exterminate, remove modalities of elimination, as Patrick Wolf calls it. So that's part of it. So I'm going on for a little bit more, just a little bit more. The other side of that is in Bone Courts by Gerald Visner, in a book called Heirs of Columbus. He speaks first about this notion that trees may have legal rights. And so there's no documentation of that I know of. Maybe there is somewhere after Visner wrote it, or he got his references from somewhere else, I'm sure. But the court scene in that case, kind of referring back to what she says you're talking about here in some way, I hope you can bring it back to that, there's a judge who has testimony from all these natives who are trying to figure out what happens to these native bones. And what happens when the natives go on trial, they transform into animals in the witness box. So one of the witnesses turns into a panther, for example. And so at the end of the whole trial scene, what they come up with is the idea is that the judge would put on a pair of virtual reality moccasins and walk around as a native. And so I think this is kind of what the archive might allow us to do, is to kind of put on these native decolonizing virtual reality moccasins in order to critique that sort of timeless materiality, at least timeless to know, in that way. So I wasn't trying to pose writing against orality. I was just trying to, wrestle with this idea of how the way that these documents continue over time become then offer possibility for further critique later on. Maybe even the palimpsest of some sort. Sorry, I know this is nothing.
Concluding remarks from the panelists.
Just two comments. One about something that what you just said, Gordon. I think you're absolutely right, and that's also why I think it's not as if we need to stop reading Bradstreet and Hawthorne, right? Is that we need to read them in a different way, and we need to contextualize them differently and think about what they're doing and how they're speaking in different ways. So that doesn't have to do with, these texts are useless at all. They have these rich histories of how they came about and how they were read and how they were used and so forth. And then the second thing that is maybe usefully conclusive in this context is that I appreciate what you were saying, Ellen, about changing frameworks. And personally, I think that that's the secret weapon, the superpower of the humanities. That the humanities is really something that gives us that capacity to say, not only what is this knowledge, but in what container is this knowledge, and what does it mean to step outside of that container? And so that's why work that we all do is important.
We're going to have a short break and then a concluding discussion.
Sorry? We can do it right now if you want.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to have a closing discussion, it's been a long day, but I've got to say, this is just a great panel. I appreciate it. I'm glad we made the connection. Elizabeth, you as well. We talked, I don't know how long ago about this work you were doing, and I thought that would work. Getty, for all your work. I mean, people applauded me. We need to applaud Getty and Diana because they really had one of the goals. I mean, we're in constant conversation about how to make this work, and they were really instrumental, and more than that, in making this happen. I mean, we can have a final conversation if you like. Some closing remarks, but I just want to give thanks to all the people that have committed, and for the funding sources. I forgot to mention my own professional development funds as well. Just teasing, of course. No, I'm just messing around. Like Theo said, you're in kind of a devilish mood today. So that's just my humor. So are there any other things that people want to share as we go on? May I share one short story with you? So some years ago, every year I participate in a ceremony. It's called the Bagwe Shimwin First Dance. And it's a pretty complicated ceremony. We actually start in December. At the winter solstice, we have our first singing. Then 2 months later, we have a second singing, and then 2 months later, third singing. And then we have our final singing before we actually construct a ceremonial lodge at the summer solstice. And so I think it was in the mid-90s I was participating in that, and we'd gotten all the materials to construct the arbor for which this ceremony was going to take place. And as we were sitting there looking at it, thinking about how we're going to set up the arbor, how we're going to put this together, these two kids rode up, two Indian kids, Turtle Mountain Reservation, rode up on bicycles. And they said to us, those people who were setting up the arbor, the leaders, so-called, of this event, they said, I think some witches have dropped off some things at the edge of the ceremonial. And we said, what? Witches on Turtle Mountain? How can that be possible? There's no such thing in our tradition. And but nevertheless, being the responsible ceremonial leaders we were, we took eagle feathers, smudge, and followed the kids to where they said the witches had dropped something. And at the ceremonial grounds at the edge, sure enough, there was a plastic garbage bag and a suitcase. And they said that's what the witches had dropped. So we took our smudge, we said our prayers, we smudged the garbage bag, we smudged the suitcase with the eagle feather and smoke. And then we started taking stuff out. And out of the first thing was just a bag of clothes. Then we opened the suitcase and lifted it up, and we looked inside. It didn't look like much witchery stuff in there. We found a hairbrush, a mirror, again more clothes. We did find one book on white witchery, whatever that is, a 10 volume of white witchery. But after we got everything else out, we found at the bottom of the suitcase a joke. And I can't tell this joke in public because it's just not, it's not something you tell in the university environment. You keep your job anyway. But it was a fairly nasty joke. Let me put it that way. And what happened was, one of the guys that was with us doing the smudging took the joke and started going around the camp before we were setting up the ceremony and reading the joke to different families around the camp. And I figured out that's got to be the witchery. And it turned on me too, because when he shared that joke and I was standing by him just to see where he was going, one of the older women there said, you know, Gordon, you ought to be careful about who you bring to ceremonies, because this joke was offensive to her and family. And so I just wanted to share that story with you. I think it's got some kind of connotation in what we're talking about. So I hope you all have a great evening. I appreciate you all for coming out.
I think it's commentary on AI.
Could be. Could be that. I mean, that's the whole thing about the story. You can read it what's in that joke, yeah. But again, Getty, Owen, Elizabeth, I'm sorry I called you Beth early. And Simon, Uta, Ellen, Diana, students, Jimmy, Gwetch, all of you who stuck it out here. Good to see you again.